Good morning, everyone. It appears that it's 9:30, but we're still a few folks short, so we'll just hang on here as people join us. So appreciate everyone being here this morning. It's a beautiful day where I'm at up here in Spokane. Beautiful outside, and I looking forward to a nice day all across the Northwest, I hope. Well, good morning again, everyone. It appears that we have the required number of members of the Oversight Board on board this morning. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. And I'd like to bear with you and make an apology to everyone. I always wear a tie for these kind of meetings, and somewhere I'm in Spokane at a meeting and my tie has been misplaced someplace. I think it might still be in Moses Lake, so I apologize. I just doesn't feel right, but the way it will have to be today. So appreciate everyone being here. It's we have an aggressive agenda today. We've added a little extra time in order to accomplish everything that we want to accomplish. We may not need all that time, but I wanted to make sure that we had that time in case we needed it, because finishing our report is very, very important today. So and we're going to do a couple things from the agenda. We're going to deviate from the agenda the way it's written. We had on there the co-chair election and then the final legislative report review. We're going to swap those two items, and we're going to work on the report first, and then we'll get back to the co-chair elections. And that was at my request. Just for full disclosure, I'm in Spokane at a meeting, and I have another meeting here that I have to attend here in a few minutes that's really important, and I viewed both those items as being really important, and I wanted to preside over that part. So if there was any questions or concerns, you could ask me. You could ask me directly. So that's the purpose for that. So again, I appreciate all of your support, all of your passion for our young people of this state, from foster care to child care and all the other things that we do through the Department of Children, Youth and Families, and the Oversight Board for participating and being willing to watch these issues as they move forward. So anyway, with that, my co-chair, Sharonda, do you have any remarks you'd like to make this morning?
I would just like to echo that it is a beautiful day in Washington. And as you got on the screen there's the first thing I thought to myself is where's Representant's tie? So I'm glad that you took care of that for us. Looking forward to a conversation with the board members, and want to just thank the public for joining us today.
Thank you, Sharonda. And we'll move to Krista. Could you call the roll?
Yes. Board members, please unmute and let me know you're present. Katie Byron. Justice Bobby Bridge.
Present.
Ben DeHaan.
Present.
Co-chair Representative Tom Dent.
Present.
Sydney Forrester.
Good morning, everyone.
Lonnie Greniger, Ruth Kagi,
Present.
Annie Lee, Dr. Diane Levy,
Good morning, I'm here.
Charles Loeffler, Lois Martin,
Present.
Co-Chair Shronda Salivanov,
Here.
Representative Tana Sen.
Here.
Senator Judy Warnick,
I'm here.
Senator- Oh,
Yeah.
thank you, Senator. Senator Claire Wilson.
Good morning.
Morning. And just so the board knows, the Assistant AG, Kristen Lamson, is on the call as well.
Very good.
We
Thank you,
have a-
Krista.
11 board members present. We have quorum.
Thank you, Krista. Thanks to all the board members for being here this morning. I appreciate that. So the next item on the agenda will be the minutes of the previous meeting. Krista, would you like to review the minutes, please?
Happily. I will put them on the screen for those to see. The board members also have a draft of this available. The last board meeting was held on October 20th, 2022. The meeting began at 10 a.m. The first agenda item was a draft report review that was led by myself and facilitated conversation with the board. The board was presented with the latest version of their report. I walked through sections and asked the board for feedback and recommendations. Due to lack of quorum for a portion of the meeting, the board was unable to get through all sections and will resume review on November 17th today. We've also summarized public comment within the minutes as we do for each meeting. Those can be viewed both for those that provided public comment live during the meeting as well as written public comment that was submitted to the board. And then the meeting adjourned at 1 p.m. that day, and again with continuation of the report review into today's meeting. Oh,
Thank you,
Representative
Krista.
Diane.
Thank you. Do we have any additions or corrections to the minutes as Chris, you just reviewed them? Oh, Representative Sen.
Thank you. I'm just trying to, was this the second meeting about the report or the only one about the report?
The meeting now, today is the second meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so
No,
then
this
I
is the
was,
third.
wait, today's the third or the second?
Today's the second meeting to review the
Okay.
report.
So I was at the first. I was in attendance.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll add that. Thank you.
Any other comments or concerns, additions, corrections? If not, we'll let the minutes stand as read by our executive director. So we'll move into the I have to tell you that here I am an old guy, and you'd think that I wouldn't even get around a computer, and I'm sitting here with only one screen. It's difficult. I really missed my other two screens. Okay, so but we'll get through it. But we'll move into the legislative report review, and at this time I'd like to turn the meeting over to Sharonda, and she will conduct this part of the meeting, and I will return in approximately an hour. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to turn it to Krista because I actually was not at the last meeting where folks were reviewing the report, and so I'm unsure of exactly where to start. And so I'll ask you for some of that guidance, Krista.
Absolutely. Thank you. So a few things. Yes, we did begin the initial review of the report last meeting. As we said in the minutes, there's a few times we had to pause, so we didn't get as far through the report as we had intended to for that first review. So today we're going to be a little bit more succinct and a little more strategic in this review, given that the board has had the draft of the report for a couple of weeks and has been offered the opportunity to provide some written feedback that we've incorporated into the draft that we've received. So just a few points before we jump in and pick up where we left off. There's been some organizational changes to the draft that was sent to the board yesterday. For the sake of readability, we've tried to reduce redundancies and make sure that if there's references to the same data points or same outcomes, that we just point to those and other areas of the report instead of repeating them. There was sections added to this report, which were follow-up on the 2021 recommendations that the report made in, or excuse me, the board made in the report from last year. We originally had those in the content of each outcome area. Those have now been shifted and moved to an appendix. So that information is still there. We've just shortened it and put it into an appendix for people to view in that regard. Due to some conversations about acknowledging that there's so much to cover in this report and the board did not have the opportunity to look at all of these areas throughout the year, there was a decision made to create a policy that if the board had wanted to make a position on an item that the board did not look at in detail this year, and the board could not make an informed vote on taking a position on a topic, that we would then not include a recommendation or a position on that issue, but rather acknowledge that's something for future exploration from the board in the next year. And given that, we've taken out any references to other task force or work group work that has not been presented to the board in a full board meeting. And so with that, I will jump in. I will do a quick overview of where we've added some sections to the executive summary in the opening areas. And then we're going to do a rather succinct review of the outcome areas that have not been talked about with the board as a whole yet. And we're really going to try and focus on, which was voted on during last meeting, any discussion about the performance, overall performance status of the agency for that given outcome. So we'll look at the data, have a discussion as appropriate, so the board comes to agreements on how that the agency is performing. And then we will focus only on board position statements or recommendations. There's a lot of additional context in this report, which is hopefully helpful for the reader to understand the issues at hand. But again, since the board has opportunity to review this before this meeting, we will not go into detail regarding that. We will focus mostly on performance statuses and recommendations. So I will pull up the report that was shared with the board yesterday. All right, can everyone see this? Is it large enough in the font, or do I want to? Okay.
Can you
Larger.
enlarge slightly larger, please? Thank you.
No problem. So beginning the executive summary, again, this is going to be a summary statement of the report, as everyone knows, but I just wanted to point out that we've added a section referencing the board's unanimous call to have a statement on supporting the workforce within DCYF. I'll show you later in the report where we have a more robust statement, but this just calls that out. And also during the feedback from the board members, there was a request to really emphasize a focus on safety. And looking at the outcomes that we'll review today, a lot of it is about reducing the number of children in out-of-home care, reducing the length of stay, et cetera, which are all the actual language from the founding legislation. But we wanted to make sure that that was balanced with the focus on safety. So just so board members know, we've called that out in the executive summary as two kind of priority areas that the board has been supportive of. And we'll look at how that shows up later in the report. And please forgive the formatting issues in here. This is something we'll deal with after the fact because it gets really wonky as we're editing. But here we're just updating the executive summary to reflect the content of the report.
Krista, is it possible to make it a little bigger?
Yes. Is that
That's
better?
Yeah, thank you.
Is there any, do we need any time to review or discuss this, or is everyone okay with this? Okay. I'm going to be as succinct as fast as possible. We got some territory to cover. So the next portion I want to cover with the board, again, this is context that's available. We are updating the performance status snapshot. So this really summarizes all the outcomes throughout the report and identifying changes in performance based on data that we've received from last year to this year. So we will go through these, and where I say need board input, that's where we'll have some discussion on the board's position on how the agencies perform, because the data is not as straightforward as some other outcome areas. And I apologize for the scrolling. I know it can be very nauseating to watch. It's just the best, easiest way for us to scroll through. This is a section just overviewing our meetings from this year and where we've reviewed areas of the agency's strategic plan. So here's the more robust statement on supporting the workforce. We've received some feedback from board members everyone's been in support of this statement. But this really is to address what was brought up during the last several board meetings when we've heard from the workforce that they don't feel supported. And this is a call for the agency, an urgent call to address that. So I will just give it a minute or two for anyone who has not read it to just review it real quick. And if there's any additions or edits, we can include those. But I'll give you 2 minutes to just review that.
Krista, this is Bobby.
Mhm.
Since Charles is not here, has he commented favorably on this?
He has. He responded yesterday and says that he hopes it does not change. He thinks it
All right,
captures.
thank you.
Mhm. Okay. Is there any other thoughts or additions? Yeah, Representative Sen.
I think there's a couple like word missing or something like that. I'm assuming the edit process, we don't need to wordsmith.
Yeah, we'll work on that. But if you see that, by all means, call it out so we know where specifically we need to go back and
I think just the
do a
last
more thorough
sentence,
review.
workforce to understand the development, this relationship between, that last paragraph, that sentence seems to be
Okay,
missing an of or a something or a verb or something.
I will just make a note to review for. Oh. Well, let me. Okay.
I think you're
highlight
just
that.
missing an of this relationship. I think you
Got it.
just need an of.
Okay. We'll make sure we do review that, but thank you. Lois?
Hi, good morning, everyone. First, I have to say one of my littles shared love with me, so excuse the sound of my voice. I just want to, looking at that first sentence of the second paragraph, maybe rewording it to say DCYF performance outcomes can only be achieved by the work of its staff.
Okay.
I can put it in the chat, Krista.
Maybe, yeah, okay. By the performance of its staff, okay. Okay. Thank you, Lois. Okay. With that, we will move on to. So for the outcome areas that we did discuss in our last board meeting, we will not go into detail today since there was robust discussion and feedback. I just want to let the board know we had a lot of conversations about the eliminating racial disparities, and there was some discussion about what was listed here regarding claims by the agency to support these changes, that having data to support the changes that really did eliminate racial and ethnic disparities and furthering social justice. There was 2 points of contention that we decided to take out for this report because the data that was available actually prompted many more questions that we didn't have time to really dig into and present to the board, but we're going to use as future follow-up. And that included increased graduation rates at Echo Glen due to some population changes with the JR to 25 legislation, and then also the closure of Nacelle Youth Camp, largely just because of understanding who were the individuals that were at the camp, as well as were they released or were they moved to other facilities, including lockdown facilities or other community facilities. So there's more conversation to have there. We just took it out because that was a valid conversation, but we want to move it forward so the board can have that entire discussion at another time we have the time for. Lois, I see your comment. Thank you. Okay, we'll make that adjustment. The one thing I want to say with this I did add was because of Charles's comment on that I shared with the board yesterday, he wanted to express his experience of a staff member trying to access the racial equity and social justice training opportunities. I did add this in here as a future follow-up item. There's a lot that he expressed about his experience, and I just wanted to make sure that that was on the board's radar and that we will continue to look into that as we continue to monitor this work into next year. Lois, did you have an additional comment? Oh,
No, ma'am. Hand is down.
okay. Representative Sen?
Yeah, I just wanted to, officially mention that I don't support the removal of NACEL as a racial justice thing. And it also looks like you removed the comments about childcare providers being racially diverse, and I don't support the removal of that either. So just reflecting that, just publicly acknowledging those two things. I'm not supporting, but again, I respect the board.
And I did want to say I did add the closure of NACEL Youth Camp is under the improving reentry outcomes section as well. So we do have that in there. But thank you for your feedback on that. So for the second outcome area, again, this was one that the board had time to review and process last meeting, so we will not go into detail regarding the kindergarten readiness. We had some feedback during that meeting that we've incorporated and requests for certain different data points that are in here. But there's not anything of substantial content changes. So that's all been included. So the first outcome area that we have not reviewed as a board because we got our data updates from the agency since that last meeting is this outcome. So increasing the proportion of children in early learning programs that have achieved the level 3 or higher in early achievers quality standard. So this is an area I wanted the board to weigh in on regarding the performance status. So this is, I think, performance status from last year. So just ignore that it says on track. But to look at the data and make an assessment. So what we see here, and I've provided some context, is that for the proportion of providers that have been rated, we see over the last year that it's a reduced proportion of providers with a score of 3 or above, rating of 3 or above. But there's also a continual decline of providers that are rated below 3, as we see from year to year. That's continued to decrease. And what we've seen over the last year is an increase in unrated or not yet rated providers. So this is where the data is a little bit, there's discussion to be had. As we can see, we have the absolute counts down here in this chart that illustrates a jump in providers that are waiting to be rated. They just haven't been rated yet. And then a continual decrease of providers who are rated under 3, but as well as a decrease of providers who are rating 3 and above, and then the total. Senator Wilson?
Yeah, I just had a question about, we have this thing called the pandemic, which has impacted so much of all the information above. And I see in WA Kids, there was, as you flew by, there was a mention of the pandemic, but I think that's critically important in this entire report is what is it that was on track or where were we? But we cannot look at where we are now and progress or lack of progress without taking into account the global situation and the situation we were in and we are still in as we think about, not only our children and our care settings, but our schools and such. So just whether that's in the intent or whatever, because I think, and part of the question around workforce and communication and all of those things, I think we have a base level, but then we have an additional layer of challenge, and at least we need to lift that up and call that out. And just wondering, kind of as we think forward, and maybe here's where we are, or here's where we were, and here's maybe where the impacts are. But I think we have to continue to think about how that is impacting or has impacted systems, as well as how it will continue for a period of time. just a thought or a wonder as I am fairly new to the group, but as we think forward, always appreciate the work in the wonders. Thanks.
And thank you for that. We do have, I've definitely added some narrative here about the lingering impacts of COVID, and identifying that there's a loss of providers, as well as potential, we talked about last time that families also have not been enrolling their children in some of these programs. So acknowledging there's different forces at play. So we definitely include that here. We've included it as much as we can throughout the report per outcome area. What I can also do on top of this is, since we have in the executive summary really calling out the support the workforce, focus on safety and that balancing indicator, we can also add a call out to say acknowledging the lingering impacts of COVID throughout this work. So I'm happy to add that as well. Representative Sen? You're on mute, Representative Sen.
One would think we'd figure that out. Sorry.
That's okay.
Under safety, do we mention COVID? Because I think that's an important safety point that was a focus the past couple of years as well. And I just can't remember now if we put that in there.
Under the safety outcomes,
Mhm.
we will. I will go through those today more in detail, but definitely we
Okay.
can.
Or that safety, overall safety thing that, we had the two,
Oh.
workforce and safety. So that section.
For the executive summary, yeah, that's what I was saying. We should call that out as another. Sorry for scrolling. I know it's not fun to watch. So we could add in here. And then I'll add in acknowledgement of the continual impacts in regard. Thank you. Okay, close your eyes for a few minutes. Scroll down. So back to the data on the proportion of youth that are being served in rankings, given that that data, since we make the statement for all the outcome areas, what we can do, and I open it to the board for that discussion, knowing that this has been a reduced proportion, we could make a statement that says needs improvement, comma, lingering COVID impacts, or something that acknowledges that it's not necessarily fully reflective of the agency's performance, but there's other impacts there. We could give a little bit of a disclaimer or caveat, or we could just make a statement on their performance overall. The categories that we've tended to use are on track, needs improvement, off track if we really see a continual decline in performance as versus what's expected, and then inconclusive, which we reserve for any outcome measures that we either don't have data that reflects DCYF's performance because they're lagged analysis prior to DCYF existing, or if there's a lack of data overall for a particular area. So are there any thoughts from board members on what status we would like to give this particular area, given what the data says? Dr. Levy?
I think I would go with the middle of the road one, needs improvement, just because I do think we have to recognize that COVID was just such a huge impact, and at least give it another year or so to see if that is a persistent decline, or whether that's going to kind of right itself as some of these impacts improve.
Okay. Other thoughts from any other board members on that? Agreeing or, yeah, Ruth?
Well, I also think we need more information about exactly what the impact has been on the whole rating system. And maybe that's something we can look at in the coming year.
Okay.
What is the status of our quality rating system? And what was the impact of COVID, and is it recovering basically?
Okay, so I'll add that in as a future follow-up item for the board to look into. Is the board then comfortable with needs improvement? We can change this to a yellow arrow and we can, with the context provided. I see nods.
Bobby, I would agree. Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you. Oh, and that doesn't want to. We'll change that to a yellow arrow. Okay. So given that, I think this is all straightforward. Again, we didn't have any recommendations and follow-up, but now we do. And this is an area the board has not looked into as a whole, so we can definitely queue that up for this coming year. The next outcome area for the board to review is about increasing the available supply of licensed childcare in both childcare centers and family homes, including providers not receiving state subsidy. So again, by reviewing this data, we have a similar situation about the different factors that could be at play here. But given the data, we see that there is a decrease in providers, licensed providers available. And we have provided some data points below that DCYF estimates there's 317,000 children that are eligible for licensed childcare in preschool. And we see that that is only about 33% are being served across the state. DCYF has been working diligently on, they have a new dashboard within the last year or so that is about childcare supply and need. That really helps illustrate this, and it has several different layers that you can filter down to, from school district level to county to legislative district, I believe, and then by youth age as well. So we are acknowledging this is where that data is coming from, and then also acknowledging the impacts of the pandemic. One thing I do want to call out that was different from last year. Last year we had a slightly different data available, which looked at by childcare type. The number that were I apologize. There's a different data that was slot type that was being reported. We requested the same data for this year. Last year, DCYF said it began to measure that because of the pandemic, but then this, and would continue to do so. And then this year we said it would, they have informed us they were only doing it during the pandemic and have not continued to do so. And that was from providers reporting their own capacity to the agency by slot type. So we have slightly different data we're looking at this year because of that. And we just acknowledge that was information on data collection changes that have been reported to the board. Dr. Levy?
Is there any, and maybe this is a future direction, but is there any reflection about the geographic? You mentioned that the data is there for geographic variation in terms of the placements. And I was just wondering, we've always sort of thought of this sort of childcare desert kind of term, and I don't know if that's kind of a passé term or if people are still using that. But the idea that this is not equally represented across the state, and whether we should call that out or if that's a future direction.
So yeah, we definitely have the dashboard illustrates some of that information. So we can call it out as a future follow-up regarding what the board could look into. I think that would be a valid way to move forward since we haven't looked at it as a board as of yet. So we can add that in there. Okay. Senator Warnick?
Yeah, thank you, Krista. And it might be in there, but what's happening to the other 2/3 of children that DCYF is targeting or is identifying? Are they, and it, like I said, it might be in there, but where are they being served, or are they being served?
I think that's going to be a follow-up inquiry. It's a great question. It's not in here, but it's from conversations we had last year and looking at also the caseload forecast council that's looked at some of this. Estimates the same things that we just discussed, which is provider availability and access, as well as what families' choice is. So we've seen that families have made some other choices regarding what they want, where they want to put their children, particularly because of COVID impacts. But we've seen that decline in some of the enrollment because of that. But there's several different forces at play. So we don't know for sure, but I think that's an inquiry that we can look into in the future about where they are for sure. Lois?
I think one of the things might be helpful, Krista, is to be able to define what eligibility means. So when it's saying that, you know, state children are eligible, and maybe an asterisk to define what that means.
Okay.
Because we know there are more than 317,000 infant through, you know, kindergarten children in the state, right? So I think having that defined would help people as they look at and try to figure out who these children are.
Great. We'll definitely add that in there. Thank you, Lois. Representative Sen?
On the beginning of the very next section, I think putting the COVID impact first before you could talk about rate increases and stabilization grants, et cetera, because we had stabilization grants because of COVID. So I think that you have COVID as a third thing. I think that should be the leading bullet, so that then the retention grant and all the other stuff makes sense as to why we even had those.
Great. Thank you. Sydney.
Thanks, Krista. I'm going to pop back up to the last one we were talking about, the So I think where we may be having a disconnect is DCYF doesn't keep track of eligible for licensed childcare and preschool. DCYF keeps track of eligible for subsidized childcare, which is both licensed as well as family, friend, and neighbor. And then they will keep track of who is eligible for ECAP, so state-funded preschool. So I think what you might be seeing there is subsidy eligibility. I'm not entirely sure, subsidy eligibility and maybe ECAP eligibility in those numbers, which is very different from, I think, what it looks like the chart is showing.
Okay. So it'd be good to, yeah, so following up on Lois's remark, making sure we're defining it and then making it clear what if the data matches up with what the statements have.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. We will do some research into that. Okay. I'm wondering if that's a status that needs to be decided upon later then, or once the data is indicating what's actually occurring here, simply because we don't want to make a statement if this is incorrect on the number that are eligible versus the number that are being served. This is all from the same dashboard, I will say that. But maybe when we take a break today, I'll look into it and then I'll get back to the board. I think that's probably the best option. So for sake of time, we're going to cruise through. So again, this is all context that's been provided on what's happening in this space. I did for recommendations. So there's been a couple recommendations that have come up. One is reported on the open license capacity by slot type. So again, I think this is reflective of how the agency is reporting on the data, that's the capacity versus how they were previously. And then the last meeting, there was a comment, and I think Lois, you made this as a suggestion to add this recommendation, even though we hadn't gotten to this outcome yet, about confirming that the data is accurate regarding the types, numbers, and capacity centers. And I just I didn't fully understand the elaboration on that. So I don't know if you had additional elaboration to contribute regarding how the agency reports data on this.
Oh, just making sure, as Representative Finn pointed out, about the impact of COVID. And we know that capacity has gone down, but just ensuring that the number of open centers or family homes is accurate, and what the department is doing to ensure that the numbers they are reporting are truly open and available for families. Because I know that a number of centers across the state really are having issues with hiring, which means that some of their classrooms are closed. So that, of course, impacts capacity. So just making sure that, or to see if the department has considered putting some type of system in place to verify those numbers, whether they use CCA or through Merit, but just a way to ensure that we have an accurate picture of the field.
Okay. Okay. Ruth?
It's my understanding that there's some reluctance on the part of providers to provide real-time data in terms of enrollment. And that could be a major factor in the department's ability to accurately portray this. So if that's the case, maybe we can identify that.
Okay. And again, we
That is
haven't
a
talked about this.
barrier. Kristen,
Sorry, go ahead,
if
Lois.
there is if that is a concern, or if that's they claim that that's a barrier, then the question would be, why is that? Are providers concerned that their license will be reduced, and then when they're ready to have more children? I'd just be curious as to why that is a barrier, and if so, what we can do to reduce the barrier to folk reporting that information.
And so it sounds, what we might do is queue this up for a follow-up for next year. I know we haven't looked at early learning, I think the last 2 years of some of our focused areas. So it looks like there's quite a focus that's on the for us to look into as a board. But I've written that down, so we'll include that. Senator Wilson?
Yeah, because I would love some clarity around that as well, because when we think about real-time or accurate data, for what reason? And if DCYF is collecting it, who are they, people calling them? Is that actually, because they don't do the direct service. So are we reporting and looking for the accurate data to report out on, or are we looking for accurate data so when families call somewhere, they have accurate information? And DCYF doesn't do direct service. So collecting data for DCYF, there will always, I think, be a lag. I guess it depends on what we would be using the data for. So I'm a little bit confused around that and would love to dig deeper. I think childcare I think childcare resources, I think about those places I would be thinking about real-time data as opposed to report or a collection of data that DCYF might be doing. And then my other wonder is, I'm assuming we're talking about the data dashboard that was created that has the deserts and extreme deserts, and because that is probably another piece of information that will, if folks are not aware of that, really will help give a full statewide picture, especially about where we've got gaps and who's serving whom. And anyway, thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think there's a lot that we have kind of set up an agenda for a future board meeting regarding this topic. So I'll include all that in our future follow-ups. I think there's a lot that is unknown from our perspective today that we will then look into coming up. So I will scroll down. So our next agenda item, we did review preventing child abuse and neglect in our last meeting. So much of this content is still in here from that discussion. I did, based on the information and data we've used and what we've looked at, I made the assessment of the agencies on track in this space and gave a little bit of context for that, because we do look at multiple data points for making that decision. And that's just summarized here. And we highlight in the narrative, this is what we look at regarding that. And so that's just more contextual, so the board's informed on why that decision was made based on our conversation from our last meeting. So I won't spend too much time on that unless there's any questions regarding that. Again, we reviewed this section, including the amount of work the agency's been doing this year on prevention. We had 2 meetings earlier in the year, both I believe March and what became early July, where the agency talked about both the FFPSA and challenges there, which we include in our recommendations regarding securing funding so the agency can get those upgrades to access the FFPSA funding, which they currently are not able to do, as well as their continued agency-wide strategies to prioritize prevention, and talking a little bit about the reporting there. So I'm going to move forward. Additional recommendation is just having the agency focus on transparently communicating how they're designing and strategizing multi-year planning for multiple initiatives, projects, and reforms, as we heard from Secretary Hunter earlier in the year, just understanding how they're tackling all that and moving forward. So we also looked at this in our last meeting, so I won't spend much time on it. This is reducing the number of children in out-of-home care. Obviously, we see a continual decline, as well as the number of the number of children entering out-of-home care, as well as the number of children in out-of-home care at any given year. I'm not going to spend much time on this. We did add a couple statements regarding the balancing indicators we discussed last time. So that was some feedback we got from board members, is making sure that this measure is always looked at and reviewed while reviewing the reentry rate for children that do reenter care within 12 months. So we have included that language here, have some other data updates. And again, reemphasizing the data transparency and reporting, and that every time DCYF does present on this reducing number of children out of home care, they're always doing so in tandem with the reentry rate of children that come back into care, to make sure that it's being done safely. The focus is safety. So there wasn't much else here. Was there any other recommendations or follow-up from the board regarding reducing the number of children in out of home care? Dr. Levy?
Yeah, I'm a little bothered by the lagging nature of our balancing indicator for this in terms of safety. And I wonder if we could maybe, as a future direction, look at a more immediate indicator. And I'm not sure what that might be, but maybe that's something we could query for a DCYF and see if they had any ideas or what they're looking at for a more immediate measure.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll add some language around that. I know that's something we talked about DCYF with before, and the measure that they do use, given that it's a cohort within 12 months and then allow another 12 months to see if a youth does return into care at that time. It's a standard measure that they believe is the best practice, but it doesn't mean that there can't be other ways that we could also explore with them to see if there's a more immediate way of reviewing this. So we'll happy to add that and happy to have it as exploration for the board to look into. Senator Wilson?
I'm new and I'm so sorry, I'm asking a question here. Age range, as we're thinking about reentry.
So it's a great question. I believe it is eligibility up until, and I actually don't want to speak out of turn, so if anyone else might have an idea, but I would assume and even up through extended foster care, so age 21, but.
Okay, because I was thinking okay, that's my wonder, because as we move forward on extending foster care up to 23, 25, I just want to make sure, because I did not see kind of what an age range was. So that was just a new thing for me. So, okay.
Great point. And I appreciate that. That is something I want to make sure I do follow up with and make sure it's accurate. So I'll make a note of that. And I see Ben has his hand raised. Ben might know. I was going to see if Ben actually knew this.
I would, excuse me, I was just going to point out that entering care again is a reportable item for the federal requirements, but so is reabuse rates or recurrence rates. So there are a number of others that have to be reported to the federal government that might be useful here. So it would give us a place to look. But reabuse rates would be chief among them. Of course, the weakness with that and the weakness with children re-entering care is that lots of other outcomes that are negative could occur and the agency wouldn't know about it. And from my work, it's very, very clear that there are a lot of things that go on with families that aren't reported to the agency, particularly life-threatening injuries and lots of other things. So we all have to be aware these are very, very rough estimates. They're federal reports, but it doesn't give us as sharp an idea of what's actually going on as we would like. And so follow-up research and inquiry through OIAA on some of these critical issues, I think, would be very important.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sydney?
Thanks, Krista. I just want to, I think I understand where everybody wants to go here, but I want to clarify. It feels to me like that chart up above with the numbers on it, our goal is to ensure that I think that those numbers do not include extended foster care, I would think, because to me, enrolling voluntarily in extended foster care is a completely different proposition than a child who exits and then comes back into dependency or out of home care because of some future maltreatment. So I just want to think about making sure we have a clear picture of those two, to me, very distinct in-care populations, if you will.
Great, thank you. Ben? Oh, never mind. Okay, so we will then do some follow-up on that just to get the data, but then also make a recommendation on working towards a more immediate and understanding more accurate indicator on that. So we are now going into reducing the length of stay for youth in out-of-home care. The data we received the most recent year that's available, again, because this is a lagged analysis, which we have information on why this is a lagged analysis. It takes some time to understand how that's calculated, but it is continuing to decrease since the establishment of DCYF, which would have been right about in here. We do see a continual decline in that. So we've kept that as on track. We provided a little bit more context, saying that it suggests a positive trend towards reducing length of stay for youth in out-of-home care. And this trend holds true for all categories of race and ethnicity over the same time frame in comparison to when foster care was managed by DSHS prior to state fiscal year 2019. We added in this additional data. This was a request from the board at a previous meeting, which was to understand how many youth who entered care by days in care. So this is how long did they spend in care. So getting a little bit more, since we have the average medium length, which is the 511 days, it's kind of a cumbersome number to understand. How many youth are in care, but also are in care for shorter periods of time. So this represents that population breakdown. And we talk about the data and having to look at the data and with one another. So is there any recommendations or future follow-up the board's interested in regarding the length of stay in out-of-home care? No, not seeing anything. Okay, for the sake of time and review, we're going to move forward. So this is an outcome measure, definitely like the board's weigh in on this. So this is the maltreatment rate of youth while in out-of-home care. This was the one area of concern from last year's report because we saw this kind of trend of a little bit of an increase in that rate. We don't have a more recent updated data point since last year's report. We've requested it and we were told it will be available mid-January. So we put inconclusive at this moment simply due to the fact we don't have a new data update since our last report. But obviously it was a concern of the board's last year. And so for this state outcome measure, it's a very short page, but I was wondering if the board, we've added a statement about the concerns and the oversight board urges DCYF to public report on the most recent data given concerns we had from last year and not knowing what the picture looks like this year. But does the board have any other thoughts or additional follow-up or recommendations in regards to this outcome and the status of the data? Dr. Levy?
Well, I'm trying to get my head around this. Obviously, this is a real area of concern. I guess I'm a little concerned if we are shelving this until next year, right? Like a full year from now, because we don't have the measure now. So I don't know whether it makes any sense to make some sort of comment about as soon as this number is available, we will immediately look at it from a board standpoint, so that when you're reading this, you know that this is not going to wait another 12 months before we look at it.
I think it's a great point. Yeah, and they said mid-January, so we should have it in the next 2 months. But I think that's a great to say it continues to be urgent and needs to be reviewed sooner than later, as soon as it's available. And again, apologize for the shorthand in I will definitely flesh that out for more cohesive thought. Any other thoughts on this particular outcome? Okay, we will continue to move on through. So our next outcome measure is licensing more foster homes, and there are children in foster care. So we've asked for some updates on the data for the 2021 and 2022. So we're waiting on that. That was a late request, so by no means is it an issue. So we'll update this paragraph accordingly. But we did get the ratios. So this is representing regional ratios of number of children to the licensed foster homes that are available. I mean, number of beds available, not homes. So there was, as we see in here, and this is slightly from 2004, there was a goal set to have 2 licensed bed per child in care at the time. And so that's still what's the standard for looking at this ratio. That's why with the numbers we have, there's consistent performance, but we said needs improvement. That said, we've added additional information in here regarding both alternative placement options, so addressing the placement exceptions, where youth need specific placement options available that might be beyond a traditional foster home, licensed foster home, and that's a current concern and issue that the agency is facing, as well as acknowledging kinship caregiver licensing as well, and the move to increase placements with kin rather than a traditional licensed foster home. So there's a little bit more context in this space versus what the initial, I think, outcome was looking to achieve. Or the intent of the original outcome was to make sure that there's obviously enough placements available for youth that are in care, more than enough. But the context has changed a little with regards to kinship, and then also addressing the exceptional placements issue. So we can go through a little bit more of this context. Was there any immediate thoughts or reactions to at least this upper portion? Senator Wilson?
Just wondering about pandemic impact of bringing congregate care and bringing children and other individuals into homes, which was greatly impacted in many ways during the pandemic. So whether this number is has been impacted by whatever Department of Health and Board of Health and all of those, you know, all of the things that have been happening as far as limitations. And I don't know how that impacted movement of children as well as, you know, homing of children as far as our systems go. So just a wonder whether, again, moving that up. Yeah. But as opposed to the bottom, again, when someone looks at the top, I mean, for me, that's one of the first things that comes to mind. And as we think of executive summary as well, if someone doesn't dive through the entire report, how do we make sure we just keep that lifted? So thanks.
Great point. And yes, and we know that's the case. We know that there are foster homes that decided not to be open to more placements during the pandemic for those reasons, as well as those who chose not to continue a license. So we can definitely elaborate on that. And we do have later on with placement stabilities, we go a little bit deeper into the exceptional placements, which really emphasizes that impact as well about changes in foster homes and due to the pandemic and how that's impacted that data. So we'll try and link all those together in a more direct way. Ruth?
And that's maybe where I know I saw somewhere the number of VRS beds that have been lost over the last year, the number of closures. I think that's a really important contextual piece of data.
Perfect. I'll make sure we have a much clearer connection between this outcome measure and I think that's a placement stability measure. We'll intertwine those more because they all are influenced and impacted by the same issues. Dr. Levy?
If there is a measure that they are following in terms of the percentage of foster care placements that are culturally competent or in line with the children. And I'm wondering about that in particular as we potentially look at some Supreme Court legislation that may change how this is viewed. And I just don't know what your thoughts are on, is that something that they are following that we should be sensitive to?
So as far as, I mean, particularly regarding ICWA, I know that DCYF's made some very strong commitments to continuing the work that they've done regarding placement of American Indian, Native American youth in regards to the Washington ICWA, but we can definitely call that out. I would say, I know the agency and it should be in here somewhere, and I apologize if it's sometimes hard to read while I'm doing the review, but I can make sure that we call out, the agency's done some very intentional work to recruit a diverse pool of foster homes to ensure that those placements are reflective of the identities and supportive of the youth that are placed in care. So I will, if that's not in here, I will definitely call that out more. Yeah, so I will make sure I do that. Sydney?
Dr. Levy and Krista, you might check, but I think with the new portal that's coming online for foster parents, I think there's a functionality in that product that is going to allow the agency to see both the need and how they're matching it with respect to race and ethnicity of the children who need out-of-home care and the caregivers. So I think there's something in that piece that might help with that task.
Thank you. Because I do, yeah, I've had it added in here to increase and diversify the population of licensed foster care and kinship cares, but we can elaborate on what that mechanism is. Okay. Meets okay, so we'll elaborate and look into that, but good points. And Justice Bridge?
Yeah, could we find out whether that includes LGBTQ?
Yes, we can. We can. And depending on that, we will include that as a future follow-up or recommendation item as well, accordingly, okay? So the other part that we had in here from a measure from last year was a request to revise this performance measure and reporting because it was so focused on licensed foster care. So to make sure we expand that to include kinship care and therapeutic foster care as well as adolescents. So that we're just re-emphasizing. So any measure, or excuse me, any recommendation in the report from last year that doesn't seem to have had some movement, we're re-emphasizing in this report to keep with that status. So with time, I'm just going to, we'll jump into our next one. And Sharonda, can I touch base with you? I know that there's been communication with the co-chairs just to know what our timing is.
Yeah, we've got some adjustments here, and what I'm going to ask is that we continue with the report until 11:05, and then we'll have Secretary Hunter join us. And there's some adjustments going on here, so please remain flexible and patient. So that's my suggestion for now.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right.
So I believe we started to look at this at our last meeting, and this is reducing the number of children that re-enter out-of-home care. So again, connected to that overall, it's a safety balancing indicator for reducing the number of children in care to make sure that they're not being returned to an environment that then would result in them coming back into out-of-home care. So we have the most recent data update. Again, this is a lagged measure. So the most recent data point is reflective of a couple of years ago, but this does reflect DCYF's performance since the agency has taken over this work. And we see an increase or an improvement, excuse me. So we've reduced the percentage of children that re-enter out of home care. I did add in here that the federal target for states is 7% or lower. So the agency's obviously done better from previous years, but still slightly above what the federal target is. Obviously, it doesn't mean that we have to stick with the federal target, but that was what was used to determine the overall status here, which is needs improvement. We need to continue to reduce this, but obviously acknowledging progress has been made. So this definitely talks about the limitations of the data and the data lag, just to give context. It acknowledges that DCYF is monitoring this rate in tandem with safely reducing the number of children in out of home care. And obviously that's been reiterated by the board several times throughout this year. And so some contributing factors were included. And the one question I had from the board, because of some written feedback from a board member in this draft, was this was a request made early in the year, particularly looking at reporting on those reentry rates into care during that trial returned home period. So when a youth is returned back home during the trial home return period, how often do they actually come back into care? So are they returned, too quickly or to an environment that's not been considered safe as of yet? And so this was requested early in the year by board members for the agency to report on this and utilize this measure. But we got some feedback in this last review this last week, and I just want to make sure this was representative of the board's position and not just an individual request. Representative Sen?
Happy to hear from other people first, but I think if this is something that we want to include in here, I think it would also be important to ask the courts and or DCYF some data, like how often does the court agree with or follow the recommendation of the social worker or DCYF versus, not listening to them, right? So this is critiquing, or it's commenting on DCYF's role in this, but they may also be making recommendations that the courts are differing with. And so the court is a major factor in here that I think we need to also understand the role and the interplay.
Good point. I know we've talked about that before, and I actually believe Secretary Hunter commented on that because we had some questions on data. Do we understand how often the courts agree with recommendations of the social workers? And that's a hand count that would have to happen by looking at case notes. And so there's no aggregate data that anyone has available to look at that. But we could definitely make it a statement acknowledging that this obviously isn't primarily the reflective of DCYF and that what they're urging the court to do. It'd be, there's other factors at play. So we can make that comment. Yeah.
Maybe even encouraging the court to start tracking this kind of information.
I don't know if the court wants to read our report and telling the courts what to do, but we can definitely just make that. We could say it would be helpful. It would be beneficial to understand. Justice Bridge?
Yeah, I was going to, the reason I raised my hand was I was going to say the same thing that you just said about it's not being collected. But I think this is a conversation maybe we should have with Whisker, Washington State Center for Court Research, because I know we don't. I agree that it would be useful to have some data, and maybe we could work some kind of arrangement where we would pick a jurisdiction, one, or maybe even one east and one west, like a big one, maybe King, and then a Spokane, something like that, to give us some data on how it is there, because it is going to be labor intensive, and of course nobody's got time and nobody's got money. But I think maybe the first stop would be in a conversation with Whisker.
Great. We can have that as a follow-up item for the board. Ruth?
Well, I'm well aware of the resistance of the judicial branch to reporting. And in the past, some dramatic improvements have resulted from just a small sentence in a bill. requiring that the courts report, in one case, it was on continuances and on length of stay. And when courts saw the huge disparity between the courts, it really was a force to improving their performance. So I think, maybe the legislature should consider requiring it.
All right. So we will continue on then with our next outcome area. So this is the increasing stability of placements for children out of home care. Based on the actual outcome measure in the data, we've determined that's on track, but this is definitely one that has some detailed caveats to it. So we'll put that out there, is that this is the overall aggregate measure that we've often looked at in regards to this, but this is where we start to introduce both kinship placements, which have increased over the years. As we see here, the orange is actually relative placements, the percentage of youth being placed. We see a continual increase year to year with kin. So we know that that's improved placement stability. But then we also have the caveat, which I'll get into next, which is the placement exceptions data, which tells us a slightly different story for a smaller population of youth in out-of-home care. So before I get into that real quick, is there any questions about what's provided here for the overall aggregate measure in the kinship placement? Don't see any. Okay. So this is where we get in some data regarding office and hotel stays, the issue that the board's looked at quite a bit over the last 2 years. So we got new data for this year. This was also just shared with the board. I think within the last couple of days, OFCO came out with their annual report. And although we've looked at and heard the plan from the agency of how to address this, we've seen in the last year a dramatic increase in the number of placement exceptions that have occurred. And the one thing I want to point out, and I got some feedback in the written report, is to make sure that this data is understood clearly. And that is, this data represents the number of individual night stays. So we've seen that there's been an increase in number of stays. So this over a year, but the number of individual youth that are experiencing those stays has only increased slightly. So last year there was 256 youth that experienced placement exceptions, and this year there's only 281. What this means is that the youth who continue to be in placements are just experiencing placement exceptions for longer, so more nights. And so try to explain this here. I've also have additional data here to represent that. So here we see, particularly between the last year's data, so that's 2021, the orange, majority of youth last year experienced 10 to 19 nights during the year in an exceptional placement. This year that's switched. So we see that those youth have now experienced 20 or more nights. More youth are experiencing that and versus last year. So I just want to make sure that that's understandable, what the data is trying to say, that the exceptional placements have increased drastically, but the number of youth experiencing those placements has increased, but not has had an increase, but not a drastic increase. But it's really those youth have yet to find placements appropriate and supportive of them outside of a placement exception. And that's why we see a dramatic increase. As well, and this is where I think Ruth was pointing out as well, we have an extensive kind of exploration of what's going on in that space, why this is occurring. And that goes into detail here about the reduction of the BRS beds. This is also where we talk about foster homes and licensed placement capacity has declined for various reasons, including COVID-19 impacts, as well as some other factors. So that's a lot of information, it's a lot of data, but just definitely want to make sure it's well understood and if the board has any thoughts regarding this. So I'll start with Dr. Levy.
I think you did a really nice job of explaining this sometimes very challenging topic. My big thought was that I don't think we should have a green arrow over this whole section with this data still being learning, even if we have, kind of clarified that it's not like there are a dramatic number of children increasing, the number of children themselves increasing, and exceptions. It is still a concern. So I don't know whether we might want to change our arrow to be yellow, given that this is under that banner.
So we have other outcome areas where there's multiple different kind of data we look at too, where we've decided to do mixed, kind of like mixed needs improvement at the yellow area, yellow arrow, and then we can kind of explain the justification for that. So I'll put that in as a placeholder right now as we continue to talk to the board. Representative Sen?
Yeah, I feel like the COVID component needs to be needs to be more emphasized. I mean, people were not accepting. I mean, people were not accepting strangers into their homes because we were in COVID, right? And so it mentions COVID, but kind of like buried in the second paragraph. And I think again, there were struggles because of COVID, whether it was staffing or people in hospitals or people not opening their homes to folks, not having enough workforce to have beds at Ryther or wherever we were. So I just feel like COVID still was a player in this that is worth really mentioning.
Okay, so I will elaborate on that and pull it up more towards the front for the explanation of what's happening. Is there any other thoughts from the board on this? Is everyone okay with the idea of doing like a mixed kind of performance needs improvement, and then we can explain a little bit why?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll make that change. I believe there was, I think it was here. So I have another question. So we do call out that for future performance perspective, we have heard from the agency. They've presented their plan to the board, which is quite elaborate to address this, including looking at the data with RDA and DSHS to understand what the needs are of this population. There was a comment saying that acknowledging that the agency in their request legislation as well as decision packages for this next session is seeking funding to support that plan. But there was a statement here that suggests that we want to add or acknowledge that without funding, it's likely that we won't see a change in these exceptional placement numbers. So my question to the board was, how do we want to more or less state that acknowledgement? Is it something we do want to state? Is it not there, but just to kind of say, well, agency has a plan to address this, resources are needed though, and if they don't have them, then this wouldn't contribute to changes in performance? Or is there expectations outside of that from the agency to address this? Ruth?
Well, I think our focusing on the critical need for resources to address it is appropriate, because they really, I mean, there are practice changes that can be made, but without resources for placements, they're really not going to be able to reduce the number of kids in exceptional placements.
Yep. In support of that? Seeing some head nods. Okay. I will make sure we emphasize that then. And then for the recommendations, there's several of these that were from last year's report that I've simply said reemphasized, and just want to make sure the board's still on in agreement with that. So when we look at detailed reporting of youth experiencing placement moves, the board's been more interested in understanding a little bit more detail and nuanced visual analysis of who those youth are and what those placement moves entail. So if that's a recommendation the board wants to maintain to better address the needs of the youth, we obviously have a subset of data regarding the placement exceptions and kinship placement. So I don't know if that fulfills this request from last year, but it's up for, we can reemphasize it or not. And then this is kind of a add-on and reference back to the licensed foster home placement. So acknowledging that beyond monitoring the number of foster homes that are licensed, that we really need to monitor the array of placement options that are available to meet the needs of youth and out of home care. And then obviously continuing to collaborate with other state agencies. Since there are a lot of services that youth that are experiencing placement exceptions are eligible for in other agencies and need that partnership. And so they don't fall through the cracks between agency silos. Is the board in support of just reemphasizing these, or is there any other thoughts or changes to these recommendations? Okay, hearing none, we're gonna move forward, and we've gone to 11:05, so we're just got a little bit of time here to go through a couple more. This outcome measure is based from the legislation. All of them are based off the legislation outcomes, but this one's about developing strategies to demonstrate foster families that their service and value involvement is highly valued by the department, to determine and demonstrate strategies, consult with foster families regarding future placement of foster child. So what we've used for our past reports is looking at the caregiver survey that's conducted by DSHS RDA. And then every year we've updated those survey results. As we see here, since 2019, the surveys started to get results or input from kinship caregivers and has been reported on that separately from the foster caregiver. So we have that here. And with every question, you can see how the answers differentiate for caregivers. I have mixed results, needs improvement here. I think one, because we always are looking for improvement, but two, there are mixed results depending on both foster parent versus kinship caregiver responses. And then from question to question, I think there's 7 questions in the survey that we were, 7. And I will say, for the most part, there's some differences in response rates. There's obviously nothing that's been dramatically changed, with given the range of percentage that have report a positive experience in this regard. So any immediate thoughts or anything stand out to the board? Dr. Levy?
Well, this is just more of a comment. I'm a little saddened that we're not making much progress with respect to getting adequate information about a child's medical, behavioral, developmental, or educational needs. It looks like those lines have been kind of flat. So just a comment. I don't know that we have to call it out in the report, but it would be nice to see some movement there.
Okay. Looks like we can flip our data points too. They're a little confusing what they're referring to as far as the percentages. We can do that. Senator Wilson?
I appreciate that comment, and I'll say we did pass legislation to have coordinators that work with our foster youth in our K-12 system. So at some point it might be an interesting thing to look at, is the data that's coming out of with our foster care coordinators that are housed. That came out of legislation in 2021, I do believe. It was Senator Noble's, but really thinking about how this might tie in with our systems of care and also systems of education, as you just brought up. So as we think forward.
Great. We can definitely look at that as a future follow-up item. And just further data points, we've been tracking the response rate as well, because we saw a dip in that happening the last few years. That was concerning. So why are not caregivers not responding? But we see that is, at least this last year, has started to rebound a little bit. And then we have some highlights from what is taken from the survey. And with one recommendation on amending the measure to, again, the measure mostly looks at foster parents, so developing strategies to share value with foster parents, but we want to include kinship caregivers in that as well. So that is the one recommendation, is to amend that performance measure in the statute. Okay. we will move forward. So our next outcome is increasing family reunification. So this one, again, as all measures are very intertwined with other measures in this report to get the full picture of what's going on. Based solely on the data, we see that in reunifications are increasing year to year. So we have on track currently for that. The statement above here, there's just some language in the statute that's a little bit redundant. So we've always maintained that that should just be simplified. So that's remained the same from previous years. And then we acknowledge that reunifications, what the data says regarding race and ethnicity of who's being reunified with their family of origin. So there's a little bit of data there. This is one of the situations where the line graphs are too closely knit and too closely, percentages are tiny enough that having a visualization is not helpful, I don't believe, for a reader to understand what's going on. So we tried to pull out some of the high points of data regarding the impact on race and ethnicity for those being reunified with their families. As far as other additional comments for this one, so I put a placeholder in here. This came up during our last meeting, I think, again, about the conversation to ensure that when the agency is looking to reduce the number of children in out-of-home care and looking at reunifications, that it's done with safety in mind and that there's a balancing indicator. So I just have a placeholder here. I think my note says, is there a recommendation to be added ensuring safety for reunifications? So we've made this recommendation earlier in the report, so we can either reference that recommendation of looking at the data to make sure that they're balanced and that children are being home safely, or we can elaborate in a different way if the board has an interest in elaborating it here in a different manner. So I open that up for board to discuss, as well as then the importance of family time data and making sure that we're getting accurate and timely data that can help lead to reunification rates as well. And there's issues and challenges with regards to the availability of that data at this time. So any thoughts from board members on either of those two recommendations? Senator Wilson, is your hand still up from before, or is it? Okay. No worries.
Forgot to put it down, sorry.
No worries. Representative Sen?
So I guess nobody's commenting, so I'm wondering, so does that mean we're not putting in a recommendation? I just, I mean, from data and ombuds reports, I'm not sure there's any there, but so I'm not sure it's necessary.
Okay. And we are trying to reduce redundancies in the report. So if we definitely have this elsewhere in the report, we can either just reference it or we could just have it where it is. And we can even where it is, we can also just say this applies to the monitoring of reunification rates as well. And we can make that change. Okay. Maybe we'll do that. Ben?
Yeah, just a quick question. In this section, are we conflating family time with reunification? Why are they lumped together? And they're related, of course, but they're two separate issues, though, aren't they? And
They're two separate issues, yeah.
And they're about, as I recall from some of the presentations, there are about 40% of the children in care for whom no visitation plan exists. But those numbers, I mean, it does affect reunification rates, but they are really distinct.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if we can separate those out. I mean, family time data is one issue, but the issue related to reunification is different.
Sure. I mean, if we don't want to have, I know this is something that has been brought up this year, so maybe the placement is wrong and it belongs somewhere else, or we could also just, I think that's the idea, was understanding what's going on in this space could lead to improved performance, but we also don't want to make conjecture, I guess, if it's inappropriate.
Yeah, well, maintaining the bonds between families and their children who are in care is an important step in reunification, but we have I think a very deep concern about how long it takes for families to have a first visit. And I know that the legislature has done some work in that area, but we really don't know an awful lot about it. And to the agency's credit, they are working very, very hard. I know that for a fact, to improve the data that they're collecting around family time. But separating those out into two separate issues, because there's so many other factors affecting reunification as well, it might be useful.
Okay. Okay, so we'll move this recommendation. And I think this one we will just mention connection where previously recommended in the report. Okay. Justice Bridge?
Well, I'm not sure what we're deciding to do based upon Ben's comments. I mean, I agree they're separate things, but they're intimately connected. And we've been arguing over family time data and we've been arguing over family time for decades, and complaints from parents, birth parents, as well as foster parents about, lack of progress and what a traumatic impact that has on the kids who are in foster care. So this needs to be mentioned, and whether it's here or somewhere, I think we need to follow up on it. And granted, we've now got a COVID, kind of interest here too. I mean, in other words, COVID has an impact on their inability to come up to snuff. But Ben has mentioned that they have been perhaps more energized around this area, but I know it's just been a continual concern, particularly on the judiciary end. I want to say that too.
Okay.
And I totally agree with what Bobby just said. My point is that even families who are not on the track for reunification should have a right to visit, unless their parental rights are being terminated. So we have as strong an interest in maintaining the practice of family time as we do trying to figure out the proportion of children who actually get reunified. And they overlap, those issues overlap, but they're both very, very important.
Agreed. Thank you, Ben.
Okay. So what we'll do is definitely sounds like a follow-up item for the board to look into more and understand better, but also we'll see if there's a more appropriate place in the report or a way to, as we said, differentiate the two and call out what Ben just said about the importance regardless of reunification goals. Okay. So it's 11:02. I'm going to stop sharing this for now. I believe we are going to move on to our agenda item. I will hand it back to Shronda, who will then oversee the next agenda topic.
Thank you so much, Krista. We're going to move into the next item, which is we're going to talk a little bit about the DCYF State Auditor findings. I see that Secretary Hunter has joined us, so thank you so much, Secretary Hunter. And I believe that you'll talk about the findings, and also just wanted to offer you the space if you wanted to talk a little bit about the changes to the adolescence program unit, if time allows. We'd also be interested in learning a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about the audit. You guys asked me to address the adolescent issues last night. I'm in Las Vegas, and I have a pretty hard deadline at the end of this to get in a taxi cab to the airport to get on my flight so that I am not stuck in Vegas, which would kill me. I hate this place. And I'm honestly not prepared to speak to you to that. I'm happy to speak to that issue, but I don't have my act together to do that in a thoughtful way, and I don't want to make it up.
No problem.
Okay,
Yeah,
I have made up stuff before, but this is not a topic on which I want to do that.
Okay.
I'm actually at a conference about transition age youth, which is super fascinating, and it's I want to talk about that issue in more depth, and I'm happy to actually come in person and do that. So let me talk about the CCDF audit in particular, which is the interesting audit. So the state auditor does an audit on behalf of the federal government because the federal government gives us the Child Care and Development Fund box of money, and they want to audit it. When we inherited the system, we had a lot of audit findings where we really did not do an adequate job of determining whether a specific child was eligible to receive services or not. And we made, over the last 5 years, we've made significant changes, and we have no more findings in that category. And so the auditor and we agree that every single child that receives services as a result of the paid for with CCDF funding is eligible to receive those services, which is, we have no findings in that. First time we put a lot of work into fixing the eligibility system. Do I like the eligibility system today? No, but at least I actually can track the money for it. What the auditor is finding in this, I'm gonna give you a little overview here. I'm gonna try and take this in about 10 minutes because it's not that complicated. CCDF is not just one big box of money. It's about 7 boxes of money that cover different time periods, and the time period that they cover is different than the state budget period. And as a result of that, we don't know when a particular child shows up with a voucher to get childcare, which of those 7 funds we're going to charge that child's childcare to, nor which time period of those funds. It depends on how long the kid's in care for. And what we do at the end, what every state does at the end of the time period, is we look at the expenditures and we say, what is the most efficient allocation of those expenditures to the different fund sources? Because we believe that the state legislature would like us to optimize the amount of federal funds that we use. We don't want to leave federal money on the table. So we sort of shift it around to make sure that we are charging the appropriate box. Each of those 7 boxes and each of the time periods has exactly the same eligibility requirements for children being served by the program. So, a kid can be served in one box of money or a different box of money. There's all sorts of other different rules, but the eligibility is the same. This is actually a pretty complicated box of work to do by our finance team. Some of these things have to be matched, some don't have to be matched. Some are mandatory in a particular time, some are discretion. I mean, it's honestly, it's absurdly overcomplicated, but we go through that. And so at the end, you look, you say, all right, we served all these kids for different periods of time in different programs, and we allocate the money to the things. What the auditor would like us to do is, instead of saying, well, we spent $300 million here, we're going to put 247 million in this box and 17 million in this box, is she would like us to say, no. Billy from November to August is going to go into box 1, and Sue from August to September, but only half time, is going to go into box 2. So we'd like to be able to track individual children between boxes. When we set this system up, we chose not to do that level of financial accounting detail because we believe that it's immaterial. All of these children are eligible. And so for complying with the federal audit rules, it does not matter whether it's Billy or Sue in a particular box. To do so would cost us a lot of money. In fact, I told the auditor, I mean, she gets to control how she does audits. And I told her I would put in a decision package this year to cover the cost of the additional accounting that would be spent to track individual children from one to another. And the cost is about $2 million a year. I would prefer to spend that $2 million a year on childcare and not on accounting. And that was the decision I made when we set up the accounting system. We also did not overstaff the agency on the back office side. So we're trying to be pretty lean on accounting. So that's the sort of basic choice. They would like us to do a level of accounting that I honestly don't think we should do. But again, the auditor gets to decide how she interprets the federal rules about this. I've had a conversation with the director of childcare in the Administration for Children and Families, and with the Assistant Secretary, January Contreras, in DC about this issue. And I have not had a significant concern from them about this. They want to make sure that all the children are eligible. They may come back with a different opinion at some point in the future, but my commitment from OFM is that I'm not really allowed to promise what the governor is going to put in his budget, but I believe that the legislature will be able to make this choice as to whether they want to fund the particular accounting work that we would have to do. We'll have to hire a bunch of people. We'll have to spend some money on some technology, because now I got to go in, I got to really track every single kid getting the service and be able to decompose it into that. We don't think this is worth doing. We don't think we will have a significant challenge from the federal government. And we believe that the asking for this level of detail is discretionary for the auditor. But again, I do not control the auditor. And if this is what both the legislature and the auditor want us to do, we're happy to go develop that level of accounting. I think I'd rather spend the money on children. I'm done.
Thank you, Secretary Hunter. I'm going to open it up to the board. Are there any questions?
Yes, Shonda, I have my hand up.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry.
it's hard
I'm
to
sorry,
see it.
Senator Warnick.
It's
Yes.
hard to see it in all those flowers. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Hunter. And I agree. I'd like to see money spent on children rather than accountants. I really would. But how are other states handling this? I know other states have different ways of different accountants or different auditors, but how are other states handling that? Or do you know?
I don't know. It's a good question. We could go find out.
Yeah.
If you guys are, if the legislature, in your infinite wisdom, chooses to do this, I would urge you to check with other states first. And we can certainly work with your legislative staff to go figure this out. This would be a thing that would probably be best done through ACL or through NCSL or some other legislative back office staff thing. No, maybe it's not NCSL. This might be the NGA would be a better, I can work with your staff. Our people can work with your staff to try and figure out how we go answer that question if you really want to know the answer to that.
Well, if it hasn't been, you know, if they've reinvented the wheel somehow to be able to comply with audits like this,
Right.
I'd hate to spend a lot of time spending money on people we don't need to.
We would certainly go and root around and try and find some other existing technology platform to solve this problem, if such a thing exists. We know how to do it. Everyone just looks at it and says, "Oh man, really?" Like you don't. In our judgment, you don't get a lot of additional information from it. And again, in our judgment, it's not required by either of the federal statutes here, either the statute that controls the CCDF funding or the more general statute that controls the delegation of audit authority to state auditors. But again, I'm not the person who gets to interpret that statute. The auditor is. And I don't want to disrespect her responsibility. So, I mean, we have submitted the decision package. This is not something on which I was willing to shift money from service to client. If it was $50,000, it was like a half an FTE, I'd have figured out a way to do it. Now I got to go build a technology solution to do this, and I got to hire a couple people, and I want to make sure that I'm within my authorizing environment before I make that choice. And we'll try and be smart about it. If we with you collectively decide that you want us to do this level of accounting, we'll be smart about how to do it.
Ben?
So Secretary Hunter, thanks for that explanation. It does sound a little complicated. The one thing I'm not clear about is that the legislature can authorize additional resources, the 2 million that you need to do it. Whether that's a good idea or not, I don't know. But who is it that can just say you don't need to do it, if anybody?
That's a good question. Well, I think if the legislature tells me and tells the auditor not to do this, that would probably be sufficient. And again, I'm not getting pushback from Region 10 or from DC on that level of accounting. It's, working out the federal funding rules is something that I did not understand when I was in the legislature. There's a extensive financial accountability relationship that we have with the federal government on all of our grant management tools. We're one of the more complicated agencies, we in DSHS, in terms of cost allocation. You want us to allocate as much money to federal sources that, particularly federal sources that can grow, as opposed to fixed box federal sources. This is a fixed box source. And so we would prefer to spend as much of the fixed box source on actual service delivery as possible and find some other way to do back office stuff against, typically we would try and push as much stuff against Medicaid as possible. We don't do stuff that the feds aren't going to eventually approve.
Right.
Right. And so we try and dance that out before we go to the legislature about how to do something. So we'll do that. I am not in that room. I mean, I certainly know my Region 10 guy, this is Paul Noski on this, because we have a lot of work that we do with them. The Region 10 for the Children's Bureau is, again, a big compliance operation. And we spend a lot of time on performance numbers with them, as well as the financial of how we're doing it, and trying to ensure that we have tight back office is part of that relationship.
So would it, in your view, would it be sufficient for the legislature just to simply not fund the additional money, or would there have to be some sort of affirmative declaration?
Honestly, I'd prefer not to answer that question.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
We'll figure out a way to work the politics of this out depending on what the legislature wants to do. And I'm happy, I typically have a conversation with the budget chairs. Once they see what the governor's budget looks like, we'll have a, what do you want to do here kind of conversation. And right. I'd rather have that thought there, and we'll see what the right approach to that is.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry to not, I just don't want to do the politics.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just, I'm
not 100% sure what they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ruth?
Yeah, Ross, I remember years ago, we had audit exceptions in childcare on the order of hundreds of millions of dollars, which the feds never really asked the state to pay. So the question really is how, and it sounds like, you're communicating with them, whether
Absolutely.
They're going to ask the state to repay.
We do not expect that to happen. In all of my conversations with the feds, we do not expect that to happen. Were they to ask us to do that on this one, we would probably find a way to do a forensic look at the historical data. All this stuff gets archived, but that would cost $10 million probably of the expensive Deloitte accountants or something to go through and manually match, right? I'd spend $10 million rather than have an enormous penalty, but we're not seeing that. And I've never seen a scenario where the feds don't have a finding for you and give you a significant amount of time to both negotiate and cure the challenge that they have. They're not interested in taking back the CCDF money. They want you to spend it on childcare. And so we want to make sure that we are complying with their interests on how we spend their money. and the legislature's interest on how we spend the legislature's money. And the legislature gets to have some say about how we spend the federal money within the rules the federal government sets. And sometimes the legislature doesn't completely agree with the rules of the federal, and then we have a lot of big problem, but that's not today's problem. It's that would be a concern. It's a concern we raise directly, and it's not a concern that I am worried about. I've had the same conversation with Senate Ways and Means a couple of weeks ago.
And it looks like Lois.
Hey, good morning, Ross.
Good morning,
I have a
Lois.
question about the system itself. Besides just meeting the requirements of what the auditor wants to do, what are the other benefits that may go hand in hand with making this system upgrade?
I don't think this is an upgrade. I think it collects a bunch of information that I am uninterested in and will spend zero time looking at.
So no benefits to it at all?
I don't know what the benefit is. My interest here, like which child is paid for by, say, the Child Care Development Fund discretionary grant, or the mandatory grant, or the matching grant, or the TANF transferred to CCDF discretionary grant, or the, I just got all these different grants here. And honestly, the money's the money. My interest is in, am I providing high quality childcare to children who need it? Am I providing it to children who are eligible to receive the funding, right? I don't want to pay for children who are not eligible. I do want to pay for children who are eligible. And I believe our current level of accounting provides me with that information. Which child was paid for by which of these grants? I do not personally find all of that interesting. I don't know what policy decision I would make were I to have that information.
Right. So it may not be of interest to you, and I understand that, but I'm just thinking from the auditor's standpoint, there must be a reason why they feel that it would help them in making their job easier.
Ma'am, I'm not going to speculate on what the auditor wants.
So I guess the question would be I'm thinking for the oversight board is to find out exactly why they feel that this will help and support the staff and support the state as we have further audits.
So I think this is a choice where you guys get to make a decision about what you think your role is and where you think you can best apply the amount of energy that you have. And my interest, again, is in providing a high quality program where I'm providing services to children and I am spending the money and following the rules that I've been given about spending the money, and that I'm not doing needless overhead. It's very easy for governments to build up excess overhead over time. And I think it's a challenge not to. I'm not sure this is all that interesting to you. I have some paper on this I can send you if you're particularly interested, that actually does it's like 3 pages and it does a really good job of explaining, oh, I get to see Lois instead of what looks like an origami project. I want to make sure I'm happy to send you this to have you understand what our financial people, how they look at this. You guys got to decide where you want to spend your energy. Do you get benefit from understanding this or not? It's up to you to decide that. I'm happy to come answer questions about it. I don't think I get value if I spend $2 million a year doing this instead of $2 million a year providing more childcare to children.
All right, I do not see any other hands raised.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. And I look forward to coming back to speaking to you about how we focus on adolescents. And I love to actually do that in a more substantive way, not just about org structure, but about what is the collection of work that we're doing and how do we think about it and how do we organize it. And I'm also happy to have, who do we have in charge of various aspects of it. And I would like to do that in an organized way, and I can't do that today. So
All right, well, we'll look forward to that conversation in
Thank you.
2023. Safe travels. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right, we are going to move, and once again, I just want to ask or say thank you for folks' flexibility with the moving around agenda here. We're actually going to go into, actually, let me see, Representative Dent.
He is not back yet.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take our break. And we, oh,
Representative Dent just
here.
joined.
Oh my God, I can't, what's going on here? Okay, Representative Dent, we're going to go ahead and, thanks for your patience, you guys. This is a bit much. We're going to go ahead and move into the election dialogue, and I'm going to turn it over to Representative Dent for that conversation.
Thank you, Sharonda, thank you for covering for me here. It's been a most interesting morning, but that's the life we're in these days. So we are scheduled to re-elect co-chairs at this meeting. And, some discussion with some of the members of the committee and other folks is, we are down members on the committee. We also have some folks here that have asked not to come back, that, they don't want to come back and do this again. So we're looking at several members to replace. So, we kind of just came up with the idea that if we kick this election down into April, that'll give the governor some time to replace and appoint some new board members, which we all would like to see. That would like to see our board fill back up again. And I'm not sure where our numbers at, but I know we're pretty short of members. And that way we'd have a chance to have new members. They would have a piece of this election. So, because the leadership that they elect then is going to take them on forward into the future. So, I have mixed emotions about that, but I do see advantage of bringing in new members to be part of the election process. So, if you folks are okay with that, then we'll need to have a motion in order for us to do that process. So, or if you want some discussion now, that would be the good time, or we can have a motion first and discuss it. So, any way would work. Dr. Levy.
I think the bigger question, are you and Sharonda okay with that? Because I think that means that you would continue in your current role then for another 5-6 months.
That's correct. And, I'm okay with that. Probably we'd only have one meeting between now and the April meeting. And that's what I would recommend. I would like to see at least one meeting and possibly two, but I'm okay with doing that. It's not a real hard task for me. So I saw Lois had her hand up.
I'll answer that question. Excuse me. I'll answer that question also. And I just want to say I too am open to continuing in this role until it is filled. I do also just want to have a comment of saying, as the vacancies are there, we have more vacancies, and as folks have the opportunity to vote for their leadership, that, I am in complete agreement to delay just for the mere fact of the folks that will be on the oversight board should have their voice in the election.
Thank you, Sharonda. Lois, do you have something to say?
No, that was my question. I was going to ask Sharonda, and she shared out what she's willing to do. So that was my question.
Thank you. Bobby? You're on mute, Bobby.
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion to get it on the table formally and move that we defer election of co-chairs until April of 2023.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table by Bobby Bridge to defer our co-chair election until April of 2023. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I've heard a second. I don't know who said that.
Was,
But it has been
it was
moved and
Ruth.
seconded.
It was Ruth. It was Ruth.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. Do we have discussion? Now is the time for discussion. Hearing none. So we will take an oral vote, individual vote of the board, and I'll ask Krista to do the roll.
For board members present, Justice Bobby Bridge,
Aye.
Ben Dahan,
Aye.
Co-Chair Representative Tom Dent,
Aye.
Ruth Kagi,
Aye.
Dr. Diane Levy,
Aye.
Lois Martin,
Aye.
Co-Chair Shronda Selivanoff,
Aye.
Representative Tana Sen,
Aye.
Senator Judy Warnick,
Aye.
and Senator Claire Wilson.
Aye.
The unanimous vote, aye in favor.
Thank you, Krista, and thank you to all the board members for your understanding and willingness to work ourselves through what could be a difficult situation. So appreciate that. And now it's time for break. And when we come back after break, I'm not sure what time that would be, Sharonda, but Sharonda will then again facilitate the meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, let's kind of look over this agenda really quick, just so folks are on the same page. So let's do break from 11 to 11:30 to 11:45. Let's go back into the report. I want to honor the time that we have on the schedule for public comment. I don't want to move that around. So we'll do public comment at 12:45. So we're gonna do 1 more hour of the report and then we'll do public comment. Sound good? All right, see you guys in 15.
Thank you, Sharonda. It sounds perfect.
All right, it's 11:45. And ask the board members turn your cameras back on if possible, just so I can see if we got folks back. Thank you all. I appreciate that. Looks like we've got a good amount of folks back. So we're going to go back into reviewing the report, and I'm going to turn it back over to Krista.
Thank you, Shonda. So I will pick up where we left off. We're in a good place. We've got about 4 more outcome areas to review. This next one is quite long. It has multiple parts, but we are moving into the adolescent space. So our next outcome area to review is this one, which is in collaboration with county juvenile justice programs, improving adolescent outcomes, including reducing multi-system involvement in homelessness, increasing school graduation rates, and successful transitions to adulthood for youth involved in the child welfare and juvenile justice systems. So to review this entire outcome, we did as we did last year, which is broken into these individual parts that are included in the first statement. And given the number of data points we'll look at, we currently have it as a mixed performance, which we will say needs improvement, but we can have discussion on that once we review all the areas. The first data point, our first area of performance to assess is multi-system involvement. So it would be to reduce multi-system involvement. I apologize, I probably should include that there. Previously, we had this as an inconclusive performance status, which we are maintaining here due to a limitation on data available. We've added a number of contexts here that really gets into kind of the idiosyncrasies of measuring multi-system involvement. So there's the overlap of youth that are currently in child welfare, previously in child welfare, who are then in the juvenile rehabilitation system, but really understanding what do we mean by involvement in the child welfare system to begin with. So this initial explanation and paragraphs are really explaining how to differentiate that, and then the data available. We have new data that was presented to the board earlier this year about this multi-system involvement, but it is a snapshot that reflects calendar years 2016, 2017, and 2018, which is before the time that juvenile rehabilitation joined DCYF. So just keep that in mind when we look in this data. But here we do have information regarding when a youth has an out-of-home placement and then the relationship to any JR admission or any time that they are within JR. And we can see some of those percentages. So definitely an overlap does exist. And then we also have what we were presented with by JR earlier in the year, is there's differentiation between out-of-home care placements and then any involvement within the child welfare system throughout a lifetime. So we heard from JR that 79% of youth admitted to a JR facility had experienced any time in their lifetime within the child welfare system. That includes services and doesn't necessarily mean out-of-home placement. So there's a little bit of a discrepancy in the data and understanding those differences that we've tried to describe as best as possible. The request here for the board, and we heard a little bit about it just from Secretary Hunter, we haven't been able to have time to go into it. What I've included here is a lot of context of all the work that has occurred within DCYF's adolescent program unit over the last year. So this was done and drafted before we've recently heard that there's going to be changes to this unit. So my ask to the board is, do we want to keep, this is acknowledging the work that's been done. So a lot of programs that have been started and a lot of work that has been underway, particularly with the adolescent programs unit overseeing the educational outcomes for youth and JR facilities, so on and so forth. Do we want to maintain this context, understanding the work that's been done by that program, knowing that changes are coming? Or do we want to more or less have a statement on the fact that the program is changing and we wish to do follow-up on that? Or do we want both? So that's up to the board. Again, this is just context, but it's just to explain that we acknowledge there's been a lot of work done in this space, But now we are suddenly aware that this is also changing. And how do we want to capture that in the report from what we know right now, which is not a lot of information. Ben?
You just answered my question, and that was, what do we know about their contemplated changes? Have they actually done anything, or are they still just talking about it? Do we know about anything about the magnitude of what they're contemplating? Not yet, huh?
Not fully yet. So we know that there's some work underway and wanting to understand the strategy behind it. But from what I understand, that the adolescent programs unit will, as it exists, no longer exist, but they will be addressing the adolescent needs in different ways. But that's the question, is understanding what is that strategy and thought process. And that's why Secretary Hunter alluded to, there's work that's been underway. It hasn't started, as far as I understand, as implementation, but they're working through that and will share it with us once we have appropriate time to do so. But yeah, I personally don't have a lot of information on it yet, but I know that some other board members have had some conversations about it as well. So I welcome anyone that wants to contribute to that. Justice Bridge?
Yeah, and I'll accept that challenge. Yeah, it has been under discussion for quite a while. There was an internal memo that said it was happening. I don't know that it had, I didn't see the memo myself, but I didn't know if it had a timeline on it or not. But I do think that it's something, well, two things in going to the questions that you were raising or asking from us. I think that we should delineate the work of this unit, because I think it has been substantial. And of course, you know, what would be the word, full disclosure. I think it's a mistake to get rid of this unit and the attention that it is able to offer to this particular population that has had a history of shall we say, being ignored in the most charitable way that I can frame that. There is a letter which is going to, I think yesterday it was sent, but there's a letter coming from a group of providers to this population, raising a lot of concerns, and I'm assuming that we will be copied in some way, shape, or form. Maybe it's going to be the co-chairs who will be, but this is a very volatile situation right now. So I would say definitely it should go in a, here's what we're going to look at next year. And I hope we don't wait till April to do it. And secondly, that we do spend the time to talk about the positive work that this adolescent unit has done, even though it was a little late getting started. But and I think that's acknowledged in here too. But certainly a lot has happened, and the question is, because we're going to be looking at, well, what about this and what about that going forward?
Thank you very much, Justice Bridge. Lois?
I just want to second what Justice Bridge just shared. Having folk that actually work in JR, as you know, working on transporting youth and that type of thing, and what a difference it has made to be able to have this unit on the ground for support, and as a way of coordinating the needs of the young people that are in these systems. And it is a grave mistake to get rid of this unit.
Thank you, Lois. Senator Wilson?
I agree that we need to make sure we're honoring what's been happening and the changes that have happened. And I'm wondering whether these issues then could be the red thread. So if there is in fact a change, and if they're saying this is kind of how they want to readdress how they're dealing with the systemic supports for our adolescents, perhaps what we need to look at is, here's what we have, and as we look forward as an oversight board, where do we see these red threads? And do we see them continuing, or do we see them suddenly gone? Because for me, it's not so much, it is where they live, but it's also what's happening in implementation. and all of those other pieces that in some ways very well may be done better in other scenarios than inside DCYF, but not all. So I would want to use this as my map, at least to begin to think, if they are making changes, how are we following the work they've begun that is headed in the right direction so it doesn't get lost? And if it's lost, then we've lost the system of support for adolescents. So just in my mind, how I look forward on potential changes.
Great, thank you. Justice Bridge?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And that was a more eloquent way of stating what I was trying to partly say. But I also, this will be the last thing and I'll shut up for a while, but this sentence, the to best serve this population, doesn't make sense or is missing a word or two.
No, it doesn't make sense.
Right.
Yeah, no, we'll wordsmith that. I think it was technology.
Toss it around. I think I know what you're trying to say and certainly agree with it.
Yeah, the original intent behind creating the unit was to address
the other thing that
specific needs. Yes, got it.
Sorry. The other thing to just kind of put somewhere in your memory bank is that I would wonder, and maybe it really doesn't matter now that I'm thinking about it because it would go back to DSHS times, but just to kind of get a better handle on the multi-system involvement. And it's really hard because back in my CCYJ days, we were always trying to get some kind of a handle on how best to define that so we could really see how encompassing it was and be realistic about it, neither exaggerate nor undercount. And just the thought is that I would like to know the extent to which the department in looking at this data or gathering it or trying to define it, they've been in discussions or collaborations with Whisker, because the Washington State Center for Court Research did a lot of that stuff over the course of the past, well, at least when MacArthur money was still flowing. So that would be the past decade. And even if the data is old and not abused, the methodology may not be. So I think that kind of collaboration might be in order.
Okay, we'll do some, that all might fall into the recommendation section, which I'll add later. Since this is a larger section, I don't want to have us scrolling up and down right now, but I'll make sure those notes show up there. Ruth?
I think it's disappointing that we don't have any explanation from the department about their rationale for the changes they're making. And I think we need to proactively request that. Not Representative, Secretary Hunter said he was willing to meet with us. I know we're not planning to meet again until April, but I think this issue requires fairly immediate attention. So, you know, maybe at a minimum, we could ask for a written explanation to us about the rationale for the changes they're making. And maybe provide an opportunity for board members to meet with the secretary, not in a big formal meeting, but to just meet. I don't know legally how that works, but if there's an opportunity to have a discussion with him.
Absolutely. We can work on that. Okay. So what we'll plan to do then is we'll keep in here and we'll actually make a statement at the beginning of the section to really call out and acknowledge this work under the current structure, because there has been quite a bit that's been done in the last year in this unit, and then express concerns and call for immediate follow-up and action, both on the Oversight Board's behalf, but also for DCYF to respond. Lois?
So I have a question then of the board. Should this then still be in light of the concern about this unit ending, should this still be a needs improvement, or should it have a lower rating?
So the needs improvement, just for clarification, is for the whole outcome measure, because we'll see there's some that there's been improvements on, including reducing homelessness, and we'll look at that data. So that's for the overarching multiple aspects of this adolescent programs unit.
Okay,
But we specifically call out the adolescent programs units work under the multi-system involvement, since they were targeted to work with those two populations. But more than happy, we have an inconclusive currently for that, due to the fact that we have limited data that's not up-to-date data to reflect DCYF's performance in that space yet. But we can definitely add in a statement of, you know, concerns regarding organizational structure or focus higher up in this, or change the performance status if the board wants to. We just don't have any data yet to kind of indicate that, but we can definitely make a statement that's boldened and upfront about the concerns expressed here.
okay, all right, thank you, Krista.
Justice Bridge?
Okay. I lied, apparently. I am going to say something else right now. I also, and I don't know how much you want to hammer on this, but there's great language from the Blue Ribbon Commission work about the need for concentrated effort with respect to adolescents and focus, I should say, as well as in the statute itself, when it talks in terms of the Office of collect, you know, data, et cetera, the improvement, accountability and improvement. So, I mean, that just raises its level, to my mind anyway, it raises its level of emergency, because we, you know, here we are, the Oversight Board, and this is something which both of our founding documents have addressed as being an area which has been the subject of neglect, and we are looking forward to this new department to be doing it better. So you might want to just take a look at that.
Perfect, thank you. We'll definitely do that. Okay, so moving through this subsection, again, under the same outcome area is reducing homelessness. So in previous reports, there's been some data, there's been updated data. We were excited to have some new data this last year that was showing the homelessness rate of both youth exiting JR as well as youth exiting foster care. And we have it for over the years for after 12 months of exit. So when we look at the time a youth exits one of those systems, and then 12 months plus, what's the percentage of those youth that are experiencing homelessness? We've seen a drop across both populations. And then we have comparison of the 3 months post exit and then the 12 months post exit, which indicates that there's a lower percentage of youth exiting these systems that experience homelessness within the first 3 months. That does increase over that 12-month period after exit. And this is pretty consistent as far as trends with what we've seen from previous years. The only reason we have 1 year available here is that the previous years were calculated with a slightly different calculation for 2017, the last publication date, or last date of year that we had some data as publication, but indicates a similar trend. So we've said on track because we've seen a reduction overall in the number of youth experiencing homelessness after the systems, but we still continue to see that there is an issue and it needs to be addressed. I'm trying to see if there's any, that's the context we have for this outcome. Is there any thoughts on the status, any questions about the data, or any, and we have all of our recommendations, follow-up items for this entire outcome measure at the end, like I said, so we can always add stuff. We'll add there. I just don't want to scroll up and down, back and forth between the sections of a few pages. Any thoughts on this? Okay. So then we move into educational outcomes. This is definitely changing performance from years past. We've seen a consistent increase in educational outcomes for youth and child welfare. Obviously, this is similar to what we've seen with the early learning space, the pandemic definitely had an impact. So we've seen a slight drop in the increasingly improvement of educational outcomes, high school graduation rates over the years, except for this last year, we did see a slight drop. We also saw a drop with the general population, the non-foster population as well. And this data has not changed from the last year's report. This is the same data because we have not been able to get updated data regarding these very specific populations. There's data on the juvenile justice population and some other data school specific, but to get an understanding across the whole continuum of community facilities in JR as well as institutional facilities is a little bit challenging. So we can choose not to keep this in here. It's still contextual data to understand there's a lot of work to be done in working with youth that are in JR. So we have a little bit of context explaining what the data says and the impact of COVID. Right here, we talk about how that's impacted graduation rates for all youth. And we're seeing that reflected in foster youth as well. And then just more context around the work being done in the JR educational space, which has been originally was led by the adolescent programs unit work, was taking the JR educational work. So any questions or comments on that, Ruth?
Well, I just appreciated the context that is provided in this report. I mean, it really paints a picture of what the legislature has done, what the department has done, what the progress has been. I just think it's a very valuable piece of work.
Thank you for that, Ruth. Appreciate that. Okay, and so then the other next subsection for this outcome area is successful transitions to adulthood. So we have some new data in here. I've highlighted this as a request for the board to discuss the performance status. Previous years has been inconclusive due to a lack of data and what we were looking at. But this year we've included some data regarding employment outcomes for youth in foster care, as well as employment outcomes for youth in exiting JR. So before, I think we had we had older data about the employment outcomes for youth exiting JR, but we didn't have it for youth in foster care. But with some new publications that came out this last year, we've gotten some more updated data on those. So I say all that saying we probably want to change inconclusive, but I just wanted to highlight that that's a request for the board to discuss. So as we'll see here, we've included some employment outcomes for young adults by foster care status. So we see kind of a parallel trend across all three measures regarding employment, hours worked, and earnings, but with the foster population, obviously at quite a degree lower than the non-foster population, but still seeing similar trends across each one. And then for the JR population, for youth that have any employment within their first year post-release from a JR facility, that has gone up over the last several years and remained pretty consistent. We see a slight drop in state fiscal year 2020, but again, can assume that is COVID impacts in part to that with getting employment since so many places were shut down and access to employment was reduced. We did call out that, I think it's in this last paragraph, that the outcomes in employment for JR youth has actually, there's no disparities across racial and ethnic subpopulation. So everyone's kind of at the same rate at this point, where there used to be quite a bit of disparities. We're seeing a much more equitable outcome in that regard. And again, we didn't include a visualization here just because it gets very mushed together and complicated to look at in a line graph form. So we try to simplify it by just making a statement, but I'm happy to answer any questions about this data. Ruth?
I just want to make sure I understand. The table shows that 59% of youth are employed within a one-year period. And then down below, it refers to 44%, 41%. So I'm just trying 39%. So I'm just trying to.
So this is for within the first quarter of release. So this is any time in the first year after release. And then these data points. So what the data really shows us actually is that a youth who's employed is more likely to be employed immediately upon release of JR, where we have these percentages of 44 or some percent. And then as the year goes by, some other youth get employment. But if a youth is not employed right at exit or has an opportunity to get employed right at exit, it's less likely they will have employment within that first year post exit, if that makes sense. So the most success to obtain employment is really that first quarter after exit of JR.
Thank you.
So that's why we see a little bit higher up here over that 12-month period, but the most occurs within that first quarter after exit. Is there any discussion on what the performance status the board would like that for this to reflect regarding particularly employment outcomes for youth exiting? Senator Wilson?
I just had a question of clarity. So then these are the young adults, so 18 or over, so they have finished, if you will, their high school work, but so are we only counting young people who choose to work coming out, or about, I think, apprenticeships, I think other things. So I just don't, I'm new to this one again, so I'm just going to ask the wonder out loud, because it looks like from this that is the only option for young people coming out of incarceration is employment as opposed to further education. Is that, or is it an and both, or?
No, it's a great question. This is specifically regarding employment outcomes, because we wanted to compare that with the JR employment outcomes, but I'm not sure on exactly, as you just said, if this includes all options post-exit, or if we have higher education enrollment data as well, and as well as the youth choice piece.
I just wonder with coming out of any kind of incarceration and with a high school diploma, perhaps you're not potentially going to get a job that will continue to allow you to live. So I'm just wondering whether that, I just don't know enough to know if that's the only measure or whether there's the others. So I can do a little exploring too, but it just occurs to me, if I don't know anything and I'm looking at this, that is the option for young people, is coming out and going to work. And I don't know if that's the only.
And this publication here, the one that came out in 2021, it's a newer publication we've had for our report data sources, definitely is education and workforce outcomes. So there's a lot more data in there. I think we just pulled out what we were looking at, the employment transition to adulthood, but we can definitely share that report as well as include other data that might be relevant to
and I don't want you to
work.
I don't want you to do new work. I was just wondering, again, just for my own wonder. Thanks.
For sure, we can add some context to that too, but thank you. Yeah. Dr. Levy?
Well, I've been pondering like how we rank in comparison to other states. And I don't know if that's really something we want to get into, but I don't know if there's sort of a median measure. I just have no, when I look at this, I don't know, is Washington like way off the mark? Are we pretty average for states? And I don't know if that's too much. I don't know if that's just getting into too much, and I don't want to make this any more unwieldy, but I was just pondering that.
Off the top of my head, absolutely, I don't have an answer for that. I think the foster care population is probably the one that will find the best comparable to other states. I know that with our system of juvenile justice and JR, it's very different than how other states are structured, or every state has their own kind of systems that might be a little bit more challenging to be able to find comparative data in that space, but the foster care, it's possible. So we can do a cursory review, and it might be something we'll look into further next year. Ben?
Yeah, I would just like to second Dr. Levy's suggestion here, something I've struggled with all along. And I agree with you. It's completely doable on the child welfare side, less so on the juvenile justice side, but still comparators are available, because particularly when some of these more critical measures, it's really difficult to even know how we stack up. Even regional comparisons between, say, Oregon, California, and Washington would be helpful. Just anything to give us some context.
Absolutely. We'll look into that. Justice Bridge?
And I'm
Okay,
sorry,
yeah,
just
I-
one more thing. I'm not suggesting we do it for this report, by the way. I'm thinking long term, that would improve our analysis here, but we aren't going to do it immediately, I'm sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think you were calling on me. Anyway, I just want to kind of give a note of caution. I mean, we could do that on almost every one of these data points that we're talking about. And I think it's, you know, sometimes it's more helpful than others. So for sure, not in this report. I mean, we could take a look, I suppose, for other areas, but I think, you know, the best metric is parity, you know, and I think that ought to be the goal that we're striving for, you know, the kids that come out of the foster care system and or the juvenile justice system are in parity with their peers. It's the same way with graduation rates. That ought to be the goal. And you know, how we're doing compared to Mississippi. I mean, that'll probably make us feel all good, but how we're doing compared to Massachusetts or California, maybe not so good. So I don't know. It's just a word of caution, but I don't know. I won't go on anymore because we got to finish this doggone thing. And we've all agreed that we're not going to do this particular focus for this report.
Thank you. This is all good context for us for planning moving forward too. So we always take note. So does the board have any thoughts on the status regarding this one, or, I mean, given all the questions we've just had, it's hard, there's not necessarily a baseline or something to really assess off of. We do see improvement, you know, across some measures, but obviously then the disparity between the foster and non-foster population. And then similarly with the JR population, we've seen some increase in the percentage of youth finding employment upon exit, but you know, the question is what is this in comparison to a non-JR population with multiple outcomes? So do we want to stick with inclusive? Do we want to stick with inconclusive? Sorry, needs improvement.
I think inconclusive.
Inconclusive. Okay. Okay, so we'll add a statement just to explain that the inconclusive is chosen. And so I also had a question for the board. This is just simply for context of the report. This is data that we put in our report last year. This is the same language. This is both of these, the data that's provided were one-time studies, analyses, and they're not set to be repeated. Do we want to keep this in or do we want to remove it? It's a simple question regarding that. Still contextual, but it is outdated data prior to DCYF, and they don't plan to necessarily repeat the calculation. Ruth?
Well, I think to make the report more focused and brief, I would vote to remove things that are redundancies from last year.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else have any other thoughts on that? Representative Sen?
I agree, because we'd have to update it because we did some investments around independent living and things like that in this last
Sure.
budget. So we'd have to, I think, update that to reflect that. So if we don't want to spend that time, I'd say remove.
Okay. So we're okay, we'll take that out. Ben, did you still have an additional comment or?
I'm sorry, I'll lower my hand now.
No worries. Okay. So we definitely added in here again, contributing factors for this area, recent legislation. We called out the DS settlement. So this is regarding the plan that DCYF has come up with to assist or address the placement exceptions, but also to assist with the transition into adulthood for youth that are in care. We did have before, and this is a question for the board, we had a recommendation regarding investments in the data systems and outcome measure development, really focused on the adolescent space. So we heard from, I would want to say a year or two ago, we heard from director at the time for the adolescent program, Dean, talked about one of the biggest hindrances to creating a baseline data to be able to measure success was a lack of an interim data infrastructure that could speak between the JR system and the child welfare system. We've learned throughout the year that DCYF is doing some work on the implementation of their new child welfare system that will help kind of bridge that gap, but they have delayed implementation and are seeking some funding to help with making that more successful. We heard about that from Allison earlier this year with their legislative agenda. So the question really is to the board, do we want to keep this here? Do we want to move this to the appendix with a follow-up recommendation, where all the other follow-up recommendations from last year, and just add a statement that work is underway, but transitioning to a different data system to assist with this. So it's just really a board preference on where this belongs. Representative, I see you nodding your head. Is that moving it to the appendix? Okay. See, Ruth. Okay, we'll do that. We'll move it to the appendix and add the context. Yep. And again, these other recommendations really reemphasized from previous years. The reporting on the multi-system involvement, we even heard that today, that looking to get more data that's much more descriptive of what's happening in that space. Report on outcomes up to age 25. So that's a parity request, since we have the JR to 25 now, really looking to have the agency measure outcomes for youth who have experience in foster care and exited foster care up to 25. And then here I added, we'll add a recommendation. We'll put this maybe on the top of these about, oh, let's future follow-up. This is where we'll talk about the board priority to follow up on the adolescent outcome measure change or adolescent programs unit change. So I'll elaborate on that, but we'll make sure that's clear. That's a priority work item for the board. Okay, so we're going to move into, we have 3 left, I believe, 3 or 4 left. Some of these are shorter than others. So we'll try to be a little more succinct. So reducing the future demand for mental health and substance use disorder treatment for youth involved in this child welfare and juvenile justice systems. I've acknowledged here needs improvement, but progress has been made. To provide data to assess the performance of the agency on this in our past report was really to acknowledge, are the youth that are in care, are they being accurately assessed for their treatment needs, and then are they being enrolled in treatment and receiving services to help reduce the future demand? So a lot of the content for this one we've changed from last year because we've heard from Secretary Hunter earlier this year about the agency's work to essentially step back and reassess the accuracy of the current assessment tools being used, acknowledging they might not be as effective as originally intended. So this first graph here illustrates that. The GAIN SS is currently being used to identify youth in JR who have a substance use disorder treatment need. This data indicates that the youth that are being assessed to need treatment, so that would be the second bar chart. Sorry, I'm reading as I go. Those who have scored high enough that have identified need, the percentage that are receiving treatment is only 35.7%. Those not receiving treatment are 64%. But then we see in the first bar, essentially the inaccuracy of the assessment, because these youth scored low enough to indicate there is no need, but yet we still see 21% of those youth are receiving treatment because there is a need. So this is more or less just to establish that the current assessments may be not as accurate as one would hope, and the agency is working to improve that. And so here again, we have the same, we have data for youth in child welfare system and foster care, specifically foster care, where the GAIN has been used to identify substance use disorder treatment needs for that population as well. So there's a lot of content here, but again, it more or less is saying there's a need, but there's a need for treatment for substance use disorder, mental health, and co-occurring, but current assessment tools are not as accurate as they would like to be, and that's where DCYF has committed to improving the work by redesigning and redeveloping those assessment tools. So that's our first part of this data. Is there any questions about what's here and the decision to say needs improvement, but acknowledging progress has been made. I think we're all okay with that. Okay. So in the same outcome, since we heard from OFCO earlier this year about the issue of identifying suicidal ideation and prevention, we've included that in this outcome area. So talking about suicide prevention and screening for youth that enter care. We have, again, the GAIN SS assessment tool data that indicates the percentage of youth by age in child welfare who have been identified as having suicidal ideation. So acknowledging there's a need there for prevention efforts and also services. And then similarly for JR, so we have data that indicates the percentage of youth entering JR who have been identified as having suicidal ideation based on the GAIN. So we acknowledge the work that in the contributing factors, there's both the placement continuing, so to reduce future need for mental health and substance use treatments into the future, acknowledging if youth are in care and getting the services supports in their placements currently, that should help reduce that need in the future. And then also the assessment redesign work that DCYF is underway, as well as the community transition services work that has been implemented and continuing to be developed due to the passage of 1186. Regarding recommendations for this section, I can elaborate more, but we did have increased access to substance use disorder treatment in JR facilities. That's a similar recommendation from last year, as we know not all youth in JR are getting the services they need. And not all facilities have the treatment options available for youth that might need them. I've included a recommendation on suicide screening and prevention. This is from the discussion the board had with OFCO regarding how suicide is being screened for, but also the need for prevention efforts, where DCYF can play a role, and then also the overall classification of investigating when suicides occur for youth in care, which is currently not under the fatality review legislation, but acknowledging that that's an opportunity. And then I have a question for the board. These three are previous outcomes from last year. They're rather open-ended versus some of our other recommendations we've made throughout the report. So I just want to say to the board, do we want to keep these? Do we want to refine these? Or do we want to keep them as they are? Do we want to refine them and keep them as reemphasized recommendations? Or do we have other recommendations if we don't wish to keep these? So that was a lot. I open it to the board for any questions, discussion, thoughts. Lois?
Well, I was going to suggest that we keep them there, considering these are things that are still have not been implemented. We might want to add some additional language to make the recommendation just sound a little bit stronger, to update it. But other than that, I believe since it's still an ongoing concern, it should stay.
Okay. Justice Bobby Bridge?
Yeah, I agree with Lois, and there's certainly indication from the reports that we heard, whatever month we had the JR focus, that collaboration with locals is, not happening, in a way that, and in a robust way still, and that given the way our state is structured, that is to say, there's so much of what goes on in juvenile justice goes on at the county level as opposed to the state level, but they impact each other by what they're doing. I mean, there really does need to be that collaboration, and ditto with the youth behavioral health work group, for example, given the gaps in treatment for those who, even under the current testing scheme, it's just woefully inadequate, and they just need to work better with them. Other entities who are working on these same issues of access, particularly.
Great. And Dr. Levy.
Let's going the opposite direction with the first bullet point with the prioritize strategies to reduce trauma. I think that that's probably not necessary because that's embedded in so many other places in a much more discrete fashion. This is pretty vague. So I would lobby personally that we could probably take that out.
Is the board okay? It seems like it's redundant from at least the placement continuum of care and then kinship placements and the value of that. Is the board okay? We'll take that out and we can always make a reference to that earlier in the report where it is highlighted to say that it does affect this outcome as well. We'll do that. Okay, so we will move on to our next one. So this is to increase the number of youth who successfully complete terms of diversion and alternate sentencing options.
And sorry, Chris was a little late to the.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Representative Sun.
On the Children's Mental Health Work Group, because we mentioned the infant mental health consultation system right above these recommendations and the information. One of their top recommendations, or one of the subgroups' top recommendations, is to expand the early mental health intervention of IECMHC. So I don't know if we want to just reference that to show that we're a little bit current and in the know of.
Okay.
Continue to expand or whatever. Or
okay. So the increase in the number of youth who successfully complete the terms of diversion and alternative sentencing options. We don't have updated data from the last report because this data came from a report that was only going to be conducted 2 times. And so we don't have additional updated data. I've put a note here. I think it's sometimes challenging to ascertain the DCYF's performance in this space because this is driven by the juvenile courts in diversions and alternative sentencing options. So it's always been a little bit of a strange outcome to have in our report, but it is in the statute and the legislation. So I'm happy to add that context of that challenge. I think it's kind of important to provide that. It's not currently in the report, but I'm happy to add that. The one
I think
piece,
that I agree. I think that really should be in there.
okay. The one piece that we do, so this goes into like the data that we provided here really is to show overall over the years, there's just a decrease in dispositions. There's a decrease because less youth are going into the system, juvenile justice system. So we're seeing an decrease in that. We do have a lot of data about the disposition alternatives in this report, including how they've changed over time. The categories have changed. So we see that up to 2020, and then our 2021 data visualization is actually completely separate because those categories have been implemented on how they're tracked. So using one graph to show all of that is just not consumable. And then we've shown some just general numbers of the number of evidence-based program starts that have occurred for youth in the JJ system. So really contextual data to kind of show how things have changed and trends have changed. We do acknowledge some of the legislation that's passed and court decisions that have impacted this from last year. The one area that DCYF does play a role is in the administration of the juvenile court block grant, and particularly the funding formula. I know this was brought up previously about how DCYF should work with the courts to maybe revisit that formula to help incentivize more diversions and dispo alternative solutions, since that is part of that formula. And the way it currently works, I believe you get more funding the more you use those options, but it might not always be directly incentivizing juvenile courts to utilize it based on how it's developed. So there is that. This is a previous recommendation from last year's report. that we have in here we can re-emphasize, but more or less that's also where the board, we also don't have to have a recommendation if I recognize this is hard to assess DCYF's performance, but if we did, I think that might be the space by which we would. Representative Sen?
This year we did expand what programs can be covered under the juvenile court block grant funding. I don't know if
Okay.
it's worth mentioning, but it was making sure that it wasn't only programs that reduce recidivism, because like mental health and other programs, just were never tested about reducing recidivism, but are important programs nonetheless. So we did some work this past year, and so it might be worth mentioning that there has been a broadening now, even though there's no more additional money, but we did broaden the categories. So hopefully that can help in a number of spaces.
Okay.
And then the other thing I would mention, I'm wondering if it's worth mentioning here about NACEL closure, in that part of NACEL's closure was because we have more people and more youth going to the community. And that was both a goal of closing NACEL and also a reason to close NACEL, was that more youth were going into community services and not into an institution.
So for the next outcome measure we'll get, which is about really the juvenile recidivism rate, we did put closing NACEL under there, acknowledging youth going to community facilities, gets them closer to community and connected to services there. So we can put it in both, we can reference it in both places. But we do say that specific.
Because I don't know if it's, I don't think of it as much as recidivism. I think of it more as just initial. But you might know the flow better, but I think it's worth it.
Yeah. Elaborate on that. Justice Bridge?
Yeah, looking back to the court block granting funding, I think here's another place to encourage, emphasize, urge, whatever word we want to use, but it's collaboration with the local jurisdictions. In our revisiting juvenile court block grant funding.
Got it. Okay. So we have two more left. Again, this one's about the decreased number of youth and young adults who commit subsequent crimes after having experience in the JR. So this is really a juvenile recidivism rate. This is we have inconclusive on this, and we explain it here simply because the way that this is measured really reflects, it takes a couple of years, it's a lag measure. And so the most recent data point we have, which indicates progress, that fewer youth are committing subsequent crimes, but still reflects a time period that was previous to when JR was part of DCYF. So as we try to assess DCYF's performance, we still can't necessarily say the impact there, but definitely want to acknowledge it. This is here where we also acknowledge the quote for future performance impacts, the closure of NACEL Youth Camp, really acknowledging that those youth are being moved to community facilities where they also have a lot more services available to them. So getting education, employment, and treatment services, and we're living in a community that's much closer to their home community really will help with re-entry outcomes, and then ultimately address the recidivism rate as well. And is additionally acknowledging the work that's being done in community transition services. So legislation that was passed last year, and really emphasizing the focus on those community facilities and less on the lockdown institutional facilities. This one's pretty straightforward. Again, it's inconclusive because we don't have data that reflects DCYF's performance. Is there anything the board wanted to add as far as recommendations, even though we don't necessarily have data to indicate DCYF's performance in this space as of yet? Representative Sen?
This is kind of a random one, and maybe this is just better for next year. the institutional education
Mhm.
issues are enormous, and hopefully we'll be looking at and addressing some of that during the legislative session. And obviously that's not as much of a performance on DCYF because they, at least as of now, are not in charge of the education. But I'm wondering if it's either just a future, yeah, probably a future item is to follow up on how is institutional education improving, and increasing its standards, and the services like special ed and LAP and ESL and other things that currently aren't really going on. So I think that's just
Well, and a smooth transition back to the home school or to the school if they're, if they're still, yeah, not graduated.
Yeah.
Do we do any specific look at gender and numbers related to young women and young men? And then also I think of issues related to young parents, and if any of our incarcerated young people, is that data anywhere? Not that it's anything we do for now, but does that exist anywhere where we can actually
Regarding specifically to this, are you looking for outcomes from JR in general? Or are you looking for
well, I'm
specifically?
looking for like reentry kinds of things. I think, there's some, we have gender issues between young men and young women. And I think this doesn't, and that maybe that's not the outcome of this, but part of, I look at is kind of the availability of services and supports. I look at both fathers and also mothers, if you will, and having worked in that space for a lot of years, our numbers have gone down, but I don't know how we're supporting or whether that even is part of the landscape anymore of who we're looking at when we talk about adolescents. And so that may have, again, no place here, and I can put that on my own sticky note. But as I think about disaggregating data, I'm always wondering who, and so anyway, hence my question.
There's definitely, I know that JR in their annual report, as well as the reports regarding employment outcomes, they have a lot of disaggregated data there specifically looking at gender too. So I know that is in those reports and those sources. As far as the parenting, I know it's a known piece of information. I don't know if we have aggregate data on that as far as youth that are in JR system. And that's a question we can follow up with DCYF for sure, and do a little bit more digging. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, and we're entering the home stretch here, and we're barely a few minutes left for this, I think. But our last, oh, sorry, Representative Sen, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to ignore you.
no, it's okay, no worries. And anyway, similarly to Senator Wilson's question, I almost wonder about youth with DD, and I feel like that's also something that maybe in the next round next year we can explore a little bit more this theme of like how is DCYF interacting with DDA and vice versa, and serving kids with disabilities. And I don't think we've ever kind of called that out, but I think it's worth exploring that segment of the population. So
Great, we can
do
definitely
whatever
add
you
that.
want with that, but just her comment, Senator Wilson's comment, sparked that thought for me.
Yes, we can add that. And we have our conclusion, which is gonna, after this next outcome measure, we haven't written our conclusion statement, but that's a really good space that we can kind of outline this future work too, of some of these bucket areas we want to look into. So this is our last outcome measure for the report. It's eliminating the discharge of unaccompanied youth from institutional settings into homelessness. So a little bit different than our previous reducing homelessness outcome. This is really about when youth, the moment they are exiting a system, where are they going? And we've added some context here. Previous status needs improvement. And the context here, we have some data, which we did pull from that previous measure, which is 8% of youth exiting foster care and 8% of youth exiting JR experience homelessness within their first 3 months of exit. So we don't necessarily have the specific data upon exit, as the laws in place to prevent that, but we do have it within at least 3 months of exit. We acknowledged that in the 2022 session, the legislature recognized a need for resources to support 6560, and that was passed. And so we anticipate that will influence this outcome into the future, as well as DCYF's plan to improve the placement supports provided to address the exceptional placements issue. So again, acknowledging that some of the youth just don't have the placement or housing options available, but there's work underway to provide those. And we acknowledge that the Child Welfare Housing Assistance Pilot program, they issued their first report in 2022 that was shared with the board earlier this year. There was massive COVID-19 impacts on this, so there's very little data in that report, but definitely some promise as far as how that can help with youth that are in the system and making sure they are housed. And then as far as contributing factors, again, acknowledging recent legislation that's impacting this and focused on it. And then our recommendation from last year was acknowledging the necessity of collaboration. So DCYF is definitely a big part of this, but they're not the only part. And there are other agencies and organizations and programs to work with to make sure these youth are not discharged into homelessness. So we have needs improvement because we acknowledge the work that is out there. I think it's also valid to say right now, we could say inconclusive because we don't have very specific data about the moment of discharge. But I leave that to the board to decide what they would like to see for that performance reflection.
I'd say probably needs improvement.
Okay. Everyone's okay with needs improvement? Okay. Okay, and then we have our conclusion for the report. I've highlighted just a few things that we will write this, we will draft this. Obviously, we wanted to have the report finished before we did. But again, calling out, supporting the workforce, focus on safety, recovering from the pandemic, and then looking ahead. And I have additional notes of areas that we've identified today that really are going to be prominent for the board to look at moving forward in 2023. One is acknowledging we spent a lot of time in the child welfare space these last 2 years, of course, and then acknowledging that there's definitely JR and early learning to look in on. I will put forefront the adolescents programs unit changes, and then as well as continuing to monitoring racial equity, advancing racial equity, and how the agency is managing and strategizing the multiple reforms within the child welfare space that they're going to roll out in the next year or two. So with that, I open it to any other comments or questions. Senator Wilson?
I'm just wondering if the race equity needs to be a red thread throughout as opposed to separate, or whether that is an assumption that I'm not seeing, but that every one of these items needs to have, first and foremost in my mind, the advancement of our racial equity focus, which is also a statewide focus with our Office of Equity and with the work that they're doing with every one of our agencies. So just to wonder, as opposed to have it separate, we need to begin to continue to integrate it in everything that we do.
And I'll say that every time that we do ask and work with the agency on any request, that's always a request, is to understand disaggregated data, at least by race and ethnicity, but also what the equity lens and work is being done in that space. That's a consistent ask that we do whenever working with the agency. I also know that there's been requests to make sure that we do have some time to always focus solely on this work, since we have heard the agency's done a lot of development within their infrastructure, but there's a lot of work to be done to make sure it's a concentrated focus as well. So I think there's ways to do both.
Yeah, it's an and both. I guess I just don't want to continue to only have it in a, let's now look at our equity issues, but everything we do needs to have that lens in my mind first and foremost. And then we need to really focus in on, as you're saying, a deep dive with disaggregated data and all those other things. So thanks.
Yeah. Representative Sen?
I'm wondering around the supporting the workforce and And if it's worth also noting that it's just been challenging that we're in a challenging environment of hiring people. And so the workforce issues are not just about supporting the workforce, but having workforce and expanding the workforce in the areas that we need, whether, I mean, frankly, everything, social workers, behavioral health, you name it, it's, homeless navigators, like it's just been a challenge. So I think if we're going to pull out workforce, we might as well recognize the difficulties and challenges in hiring and things like that.
Mhm. Any other thoughts or comments from the board? Okay, Dr. Levy.
Sorry, I just feel like we need to appreciate your incredible work. I'm sure Nicholas was helping you with it. I mean, this is an amazing amount that you've pulled together, and we really appreciate it. Thank you, Krista and Nicholas.
Thank you so much. And yes, Nicholas is a massive part of this. Lois?
No, I just want to echo what they've shared, and then also, Krista, I'm not sure. I know I had shared an article with you and the chairpersons about the concerns about JR transfers into adult prisons. There was an article about that, and something just to put on the radar for the oversight board, to just maybe have some questions for the department on how that is handled and what policies are in place, as well as our being able to have updates on things like that before, even if it's just, you may see this in the news, but this is what the policy is. I know that a lot of times it can't go into the particulars because there may be lawsuits and that type of thing, but they should be able to at least give us an overview of what the policies are for when young men or women are transitioned before they're age 25 into these adult systems.
Yep, we can definitely do that and add that in there.
Krista send you the policy.
Yeah.
There is a specific one, and if you want to send it out to the board.
Sure. Happy to.
I was going to say thanks, Rep. Sen, because we've done work on that. So that would be great to share.
Okay, so I will send it back to Shronda, the co-chair. I'm not sure if we want to request a motion for approval of the reports, or I will just hand it over and let you decide how to move forward with that.
Okay. Well, first of all, I just want to echo all of the wonderful work that you and Nicholas did. Fantastic and so much appreciated. And also just want to say a thank you to the board members with all of your insight, expertise in putting this together. It takes this is an incredible lift. It takes an incredible amount of people to have, very intricate understandings that, provide us with the ability to provide, to distribute a comprehensive report. So just want to say thank you to all of you guys. I'm always in awe of just how much wonderful wisdom sits in this board. So thank you for that. As far as a motion for the approving this report, I don't know. Do I throw the motion out? Does someone else throw the motion out? I don't know. Help me.
Ruth, I think Ruth is ready to help.
Okay, Ruth.
I'll move adoption of the report as drafted.
Second.
Or just of the report. There's still some revisions to be made. With tremendous gratitude to Krista and the board. And Nicholas.
And we had a second, I believe, from Justice Bridge. All all that say aye. I don't know how this works. It's just not my wheelhouse. My apologies.
Aye.
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 Hey,
Oh. All right, I
You're
think I
doing
have,
fine.
I think, any opposed? All right, looks like we are moving forward. So thank you, and thanks for your patience there for that clumsy, that clumsy facilitation there. We are going to go into public comment. And I'm actually going to start off by just reading our public comment statement, which says that the DCYF Oversight Board is governed by state law. Per state law, the Oversight Board authority includes monitoring DCYF's achievement of 8 outcome measures listed in DCYF's founding legislation, monitoring DCYF's compliance and applicable laws and policies pertaining to early learning, juvenile rehabilitation, juvenile justice, and children and family services, general oversight of DCYF's performance and policies, and providing advice and input to DCYF, the legislator, and the governor. The Oversight Board does not have authority to inquire into direct or change DCYF's decisions in individual cases. For those that are wishing to provide public comment to the board, we'd like to remind you that the board is subject to the Open Public Meetings Act, which means that our meetings are open to the public and anyone can attend as an observer. Our meetings are recorded and posted on the Oversight Board's website and will be broadcasted on TVW. We wish to inform everyone in attendance of this fact as an act of respect and support to individuals who may have sensitive stories they wish to share or wish to express individual case details in this setting. The Oversight Board may use any information brought to the board's attention as it carries out its role of general oversight and monitoring of DCYF. If individuals do not wish to provide public comment in an open meeting, individuals may contact the Oversight Board staff and get connected to the board co-chairs. We also are more than happy to connect you with the Office of Family and Children's Ombudsman if you wish to file a complaint about DCYF's action or failures to act in a particular case. And their website is www.ofco.wa.gov. As we get ready to go into public comment, I want to let you guys know that we did receive 2 written public comments and that these comments have been shared with the board as of Tuesday, November 15th, and that these comments will be summarized and included in the board meeting minutes along with other public comments. As we go into public comment, I want to let folks know I've actually got a pretty extensive list. I would like to ask that each person please not go over 3 minutes. Because we want to be able to provide an opportunity for all to share. So I'm going to go into our first public comment person, and it's Kate Nunez.
Hi, thank you, Shronda. And thank you once again to the committee for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I'll try to read as fast as I can. I didn't know we had a time limit. We appreciate the Board and the opportunity to use this public forum to voice our opinions and concerns. I would also like to note that I personally appreciate the comments and concerns being made about reunification today. I've asked to read my comment aloud today on behalf of both my co-founder and myself to share the story of Oakley Carlson with hopes that you will advocate to Governor Inslee for an immediate outside agency review that will provide transparency and an impartial analysis of Oakley Carlson's Washington DCYF case. For the last 40 consecutive weeks, Light the Way Missing Persons Advocacy Project has organized a phone call and email campaign on behalf of Oakley Carlson to Governor Inslee to ask that an independent outside agency review be conducted on Oakley's Washington DCYF case. Although we, along with Oakley's many supporters nationwide, have not received a direct response from Governor Inslee and are still awaiting a secondary review, we will continue to call and write for 40 or 400 more weeks if that's what it takes to find justice for Oakley. We would like to share with you our latest email to Governor Inslee in hopes that you will help us in advocating for an immediate outside agency review of Oakley Carlson's Washington DCYF case. Dear Governor Inslee, I am a founding member of the organization called Light the Way Missing Persons Advocacy Project. Our team members have been investigating and advocating for Oakley Carlson, the 5-year-old missing from Oakville, Washington. We're working with Oakley's loving and courageous foster parents, Jamie Jo and Eric Krause, to find answers for Oakley, whose last known credible sighting was February 10th, 2021. Sadly, she was not discovered to be missing until 10 months later. We, along with many of Oakley's online supporters nationwide, have been writing to you each Thursday for 40 consecutive weeks to ask that you conduct an independent outside agency review of Oakley's Washington DCYF case. During these 40 weeks, we have written about the multiple failures of Washington DCYF when they returned Oakley to a house where she was beaten, starved, locked in a cabinet, and possibly murdered. Washington DCYF and Patrick Dow, the director of Office of Family and Children's Ombuds, continue to hide behind privacy laws that restrict access to details of Oakley's case, but from our own investigation and verified timeline, we know that the social worker, Angela Fries, and her supervisor, Catherine Eddy, ignored emails and posts from the Hiles and other community members before Oakley was returned to her biological parents' care, and again after Oakley was returned. Apologies. Washington DCYF had the ability to save Oakley's life, and they did not. Instead, they played a part in allowing Oakley to go missing for almost a year before anyone noticed. How does Oakley's community and the many people who love her start to move forward if the people who caused this tragedy are not held accountable? How do we ensure this never happens in Washington again? We are fastly approaching the 1-year anniversary of the day that Oakley was discovered to be missing, and we once again ask that you please conduct an independent outside agency review of Oakley Carlson's Washington DCYF case. We, along with the Hiles, would be happy to meet with you and your staff to discuss Oakley and our concerns about her case. Sincerely, Shana Richard and Tate Nunez, founders of Light the Way Missing Person Advocacy Project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tate. I appreciate you coming and sharing it with us today. The next person I have on our list is Katrina Justice.
Hi, thank you. By necessity, your work as the Oversight Board is focused on improving outcomes for children, especially those that are most vulnerable in our state. One of the findings of the legislature in creating DCYF is that the work of the department will only be as successful as the workforce, and that increased support for the professionals working with children, youth, and families is critical to improving outcomes. DCYF and this Oversight Board is failing to provide adequate support for the social workers who have been tasked with caring for and improving outcomes for children in the care of the state. My sister, a veteran social worker for the state, with more than 10 years of experience, probably closer to 15, unfortunately bore the brunt of that failure on Monday when a 16-year-old in her care brutally attacked her for more than 5 minutes before law enforcement was able to intervene. This kid literally tried to kill her with a broken nose, a concussion, and bruises and contusions all over her body from the assault. My sister is lucky to be alive. And you are lucky to have such a dedicated social worker in the department. This assault is not the first that this 16-year-old has perpetrated. It's not the second, it's not even the third. This is at least the fourth assault, and it represents an escalation in behavior from him. This agency's policies and procedures are putting staff like my sister in harm's way without providing the tools necessary to ensure they remain safe with the ability to continue serving our state's most vulnerable children. This agency's policies and procedures, as well as the court system, is also failing this 16-year-old. The charges against him were again dismissed, not even 24 hours after the incident. And the lesson he has learned from his time in the system is that he can do whatever he likes. There are no consequences and no one can touch him. With his escalating pattern of behavior, it is only a matter of time before he does in fact kill someone, most likely one of the social workers who are working so hard to keep him safe. If you are truly interested in meeting the needs and call for support from DCYF's workforce, then meet that call. My sister was knowingly placed in a dangerous situation by her employer. Did you know that she does not qualify for hazard pay? Have you listened to the experiences of your workforce being thrown under the bus for failures of the agency's policies and procedures and the court system? Do you even know how many of your workforce have been assaulted while on the job? What steps has the Oversight Board and DCYF taken to improve safety and advocacy for its workforce? If you don't know the answer to these questions, then you aren't effectively doing your job, And again, my sister and others like her are bearing the brunt of your failure. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrina. I'm sorry to hear about your sister, and you've definitely put out some things for us to consider and think about. Thank you for coming to public comment today. The next person I have for public comment is Lucas Benoit. I know I didn't say that right. My apologies.
Yeah, thank you, Shonda. Benoit.
Oh, Benoit.
Yes.
My apologies.
I am kind of a bit taken back by the last speaker there. Actually, what she was saying is one of my concerns. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Oh boy, where do I start? So it's been 15 years and 10 days since my children were removed from my care. My son will be 18, February 18th, 2024. And on that date, he will have waited 5,947 days to go home. He has recently in writing requested that I get him an attorney. He has recently in writing told me he would rather die than be at his placement. He has recently in writing told me that he has been abused, that his sister and his brother have also been abused. Let me see here. He has acted out violently at school. He has acted out violently at home. He has harmed himself. He has been hospitalized repeatedly for attempting suicide. He is currently heavily medicated. He made contact with me and his adoptive placement removed his cell phone. She called me and informed me that he doesn't have a right to talk to me, which, I mean, he's 16 years old, had a cell phone. He's asked me to share with whoever who will listen that he wants to leave. I took screenshots of everything I'm saying, so I have documentation of all of this. My concern is that his removal was a mistake, which I know. But now the backlash is the danger, just like she was just saying, like now he's violent. So let me see. So my notes say this. I'll try to keep it together here because this is hard. My concerns are safety and reunification related. Caseworker or client relationship. In my case, my caseworker and I, we didn't get along. She really just did not like me. She was heard by many people saying that she just period did not like me. We should be allowed to say, hey, my caseworker doesn't like me. Can I have a new one? I did say that. I ended up getting more caseworkers plus her. So that is a main concern. Like if a parent and the caseworker don't jive, she can't help us. Home studies, if they're approved, should be the sole focus. Diligent effort should be focused there. My sister Catherine Benoit had an approved home study and the department made a countless amounts of excuses why they couldn't use it. Visitation is also a concern. My children had been separated from each other. I filed more than 300 motions for visitation. All of them were denied. My parents were not allowed to file for visitation as they were, quote, not a party to the case. My siblings were not allowed to visit the children as they were also not a party to the case. I filed numerous motions to put the kids back in the same home. Those were also denied until the very end. So reunification was never even an option. And safety wasn't really an option either because they weren't trying to let us kind of keep what relationship we did have together. Let me see. I read in HB 1227 that you guys have kind of changed things about domestic violence. My case originated when I went to Rural Resources and self-reported that I was needing to escape an unsafe situation and needed the department and anybody else who was willing to help me assistance. Because I was a victim of domestic violence, I was automatically considered a perpetrator. My visits were cut very shortly from the time that they were taken from me, and I never saw them after my relinquishment that was signed under duress. So Domestic violence needs to be handled differently. I feel like social workers need to be trained to deal with domestic violence victims. We will seem upset. We will seem all over the place. Anybody would, given the fact that we are terrified and treated poorly at home. We reach out and we're treated poorly by a social worker. My social worker had unlimited means and resources. She could have helped us. I asked to be moved to Evergreen Manor if she felt like there was other issues that could be addressed there. I was denied. So ultimately, my main thing is this. The social worker is there to help me not become my enemy. I should not be afraid of her. She should not be stalking me. She should not be doing the things that happened to me. I should have been able to say, I need your help. She should have rose to it and helped me. I waited for the day for help to come for me and my family, and it never did. And chances are it never will. But I promised my son today that I would tell you what his text says. So I said to him, do you know who this is? And he said, no. I said, I'm your birth mother. And he said, this must be some sick joke. My birth mother was taken from me. I wanted to share with the board that his experience of his removal was that his mother was taken from him. His experience has made him not want to live anymore. His name is Drake Keone Ackley. He has been named Jacob Curbs, and he lives in Stevens County. I appreciate all of your time.
Thank you, Lucas, for coming and sharing your concerns with the board, and it has settled on the heart in a way that definitely makes us profoundly think once again. I've got my next folks as Mark and Victoria Poto, and just want to throw out there, want to just talk about, say, the 3-minute limit, understanding that I've never said that, and that's been an oversight on my part, but just trying to make sure that we have enough time to hear from everyone. And I know it's very difficult to share so much of your life in 3 minutes, but if you're able to do that, it's appreciated moving forward. Mark?
Hi, this is Victoria. Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Victoria. My apologies.
That's
Your
fine.
box says Mark. Okay.
Sorry, I am really going to try and cut this down. It may be a bit disjointed. Thank you for taking the time to hear our comments today. I hope they inspire meaningful action. We're thankful for the opportunity to voice some of our most distressing concerns. And it's my past experience and current belief that DCYF does a lot of good for children and families in many circumstances. Their goal is to reunify children with bio parents. These actions are sometimes in the best interest of the child and their family, and I applaud the work done by the department in making this happen. At the same time, these policies contributed to 77 children who were killed and the 46 who nearly died under or just after a dependency in 2021. These numbers do not include missing children like Oakley Carlson or the scores of children who end up being further abused in the criminal system, struggling with fear, attachment, and anxiety disorders, thoughts of suicide and other psychological disorders, or those lives that are lost to trafficking or addiction as a result of poor but deliberate one-size-fits-all judgments by DCYF. Many of these children had an opportunity to grow up in a safe and loving home, and DCYF robbed them of that opportunity in favor of a miserable childhood. Quoting Patrick Dodd, reunification is the primary goal. It can be a tricky balance to protect children in state's custody. The harm from leaving a child in a possibly neglectful or abusive situation in the home, in the family's home, versus the trauma of removing the child and the separation from a parent. I would ask Mr. Dodd and this board, what about the harm of separating a child from a safe and loving family where they are bonded with their caregiver parents versus the trauma of placing them in a possibly neglectful or abusive situation with their bio parents just when those children thought they were safe? The department will yank a child out of the arms of a safe and loving family every time they can get away with it. Thanks to the department's radical dedication to reunification goals, Oakley Carlson was presumably traumatized and killed after being abruptly extracted from the only safe and loving home she had ever had and abandoned by DCYF abusive doorstep of her bio parents. She's been missing for 22 months. Mr. Inslee, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Dodd, where is justice for Oakley Carlson? DCYF reported that in 2021, they expect over 1,200 children will have new-founded allegations of abuse or neglect within a year after being reunified with their bio parents. This appears to be acceptable to DCYF as they do nothing but double down on current practices. In too many cases, these children have never even lived with or met their bio parents. DCYF's false use of terms like home, out of home care, and reunification, their criminal interpretation of dependency laws, and their unyielding reunification goals demonstratively take precedence over a child's safety and welfare. Another quote from Mr. Dodd: "It's not uncommon for a child to be in foster care for a period of 1 to 2 years. Well, in fact, by your own data, 29% of children spend 2 to 5 years or more in dependency. It is avoidable, it is destructive, and it is inhumane. 6 months is forever for a child. Nonchalant talk about a lack of permanency for a year or 2 or 5, where a child may be bonding with a safe and loving family, only to be ripped from that family years later and thrown back into the nightmare that they thought they were safe from, is a horrific thing to do to a human child. This reads more like a trafficking in human misery story than an organization designed to protect children. While this board grapples with accounting data and ineffective metric sets, and Mr. Hunter grapples with gas leaf blowers in Kirkland, your numbers could be massively improved by freeing children to safe and loving homes within months, not years. If I had 77 dead children at my feet, I would stop everything and take meaningful action. Whether driven by incompetence, corruption, or misguided ideology, the despair runs deep in Jay Inslee and Ross Hunter's DCYF. Child endangering policies and procedures are routinely enforced over the safety and well-being of children under their care. I have some questions and respectfully request a response from this board if it is possible. I would love to read the rest of my questions and get to those. In the interest of time, if you'll allow me more time to come back, I'd like to finish it. If not, we will pick this up another day.
So Victoria, first, thank you for respecting the time limit and for coming today. Can I suggest that you provide public comment? And then from there, we'll see how to move forward. I think that, or excuse me, provide written comment, and then we'll have an opportunity to look at those questions that you put forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. I have Krista Carlson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Victoria, your time was so eloquent. It makes me want to yield my time to you. Is that possible? Or would you like me to proceed?
Why don't you just proceed, Krista, and then we'll get Victoria's questions and move forward that way.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for everyone who is on this meeting, and thank you for allowing for public comment. My history in foster care is as a foster parent. I have been a foster parent in other states. And so I'm coming to this with a slightly nuanced perspective. What I'm seeing in Washington State and what I want to talk about very briefly are 2 issues. One having to do with safety, which was touched on in this meeting, and the other, the retention and recruitment of foster parents. If we live in an ideal world, reunification is the goal. And I've been a part of reunifications. I've advocated for reunification for children in our home when it is safe, in their best interest, permanent, and fostered their well-being. What I am seeing now in the changes of legislation in Washington State is that reunification is touted at all costs. And that is what I'm experiencing within our own children in our own placement and we support our local community of foster parents, and that's what I'm seeing widely in our group of families. I'm seeing kids going home reunified with fresh bruises on their faces from their visits. I'm seeing children where there's still an open investigation of tasering as a means of discipline being returned home. I'm seeing those same children come back after reunification because they swallowed fentanyl 2 months later. There's a case right now where a little girl is going to be returned home to a mom who denies her diagnosed seizure disorder and refuses to give her medication. And what I'm experiencing is a return at all costs. Recently, DCYF acknowledged publicly that the risk is increasing to children. And it wasn't said in a term or in a context of care or concern, but just as a matter of fact, a natural outcome that they're willing for the children to bear. The second issue I want to address is retention and recruitment of foster parents. As already been stated on the phone or on the Zoom call, behaviors are escalating because of the return to home goal at all costs. Children's very souls are being fractured over and over. Every time a placement fail or a return home fails, behaviors get bigger, mental illness increases. And what happens is foster care parents or foster parents don't have the support necessary to deal with these fracturing children. What happens as a foster parent is we are treated like a tool. We aren't treated as a colleague, as a partner, but just a tool to be used. And foster parents are leaving. There's poor treatment, there's poor communication between DCF and ourselves. And I personally have tried to reach anyone who will listen. I've called everyone up and down DCYF just to talk about the interpersonal relationship between social workers and foster parents. What we find is that there's just not even a sense of care about what we're doing. And it means that folks just can't, the combination of the escalating behaviors and the poor treatment by DCYF, I'm just seeing foster parents, seasoned foster parents, just leave in the droves because nobody wants to do it anymore. Nobody is even, it's not even a want, it's just even able to do it. So I'm just here for whoever is willing to listen. I feel like these are two really urgent matters, which are going to lead to one, increased mental illness in the future with these youths being bounced back and forth in a quest to return home in unsafe and unpermanent circumstances, and two, a decrease in foster parents just because of the poor treatment by DCYF and a lack of resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista, for coming and sharing your experience and concerns. We appreciate your time. I have two more folks, and I believe, oh my gosh, I don't even want to, I want to say Kajursta.
Yeah, thank you. It's Kirsta.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Valid attempt. I appreciate it. I'm also here to speak about the attack that happened on Monday night when a social worker for the state of Washington was, the word is assaulted, but it goes far beyond that, by a 16-year-old male under her supervision. She was punched, kicked, kneed in the face, in the back, in the head. She was choked at least twice, all while being clung to by her hair. And using that grip, he threw her around the room, smashed her face into the tables, dragged her repeatedly to a third-story window in an attempt to throw her out. As she fought to get away from him and from the window, he yelled over and over, "I am going to kill you." That struggle and that attack, reports have said, lasted at least 15 minutes before law enforcement arrived. And so to say that she thought she was going to die is not an over dramatization. Once law enforcement did arrive, he calmly let her go and walked into the hallway to be cuffed. This was not an outburst. It was not an accident. And to my knowledge, this is at least the fourth in a series of escalating attacks on social workers in her department by this young man alone. He is built like an NFL linebacker and has a history of violence. He's not allowed to be placed with foster families because of the danger to that family. So he's supervised 24/7 by an unarmed and unprotected state employee. After all that, Deidre is home and expects to recover, but the state and the courts will put this young man back into the same situation with another social worker. These professionals are in danger. Their safety and well-being is consistently and systematically ignored. They aren't trained, armed, or equipped to protect themselves from this kind of situation. This was not a fluke. She talked about it all the time, how worried she was for the safety of herself and her staff. Even as their supervisor, she was powerless to protect them from the danger. Again, this wasn't a fluke. This was a failure of the state. Deidre carries a bag, as most of us do, to work with our important, pertinent documents and computer and files. When she was finally out of the hospital and saw that bag, she noticed it was spattered with her own blood, a symbolic image of the workplace that the state has provided for her. Bring your files, bring your computer, and be prepared to bleed. At this young man's court hearing, not 24 hours later, all charges were dropped and Deidre was chastised. The court told her that if she had done her job properly, this would have never happened. The attack was her fault, and he was sent back to the custody of the state and its social workers. She appeared in court with a broken nose, clumps of hair falling out even still, a concussion, several other contusions, bruises, and barely able to talk because of the strangulation attempts. But this was her fault, and she was humiliated. Social workers are often the first to be thrown under the bus when something goes wrong, when in fact it is the fault of DCYF policies, state laws, and judicial decisions. Those who are actually responsible need to be held responsible for their actions. I hope that the board will do everything in its power to force the state of Washington and DCYF to create a workplace that is safe for employees so that they can continue to serve our children. Thank you.
Kajursta, I can tell you that what you've shared is not easy to hear. I also know that it must not be easy for you to tell. And so I just want to really just say thank you for coming here today. Want to let the board know that I have 2 more folks for public comment and certainly do not want to cut anyone off. I will say if folks need to leave, that, I don't hold your time, but also just want to let you know, we're probably going to run a little bit over. So wanted to get to the next person that I have, and I believe it is Heidi.
Yes, my name is Heidi Worlton. I am also Deidre's sister, and along with KJ and Katrina. Our family has been severely impacted by this because we love our sister so much. And this young man, it's not an exaggeration to say that this young man almost took her from our family. If you're talking about safety, recruitment, and retention of employees, and yet employees are consistently being put in these positions and then being told that it's their fault when things go wrong. The attack lasted 15 minutes from our knowledge. Between 5 and 15 minutes. It's really hard to tell when you're being beaten, when you're being punched, when you're being choked, when you're being kneed and thrown around and dragged around the room by your hair. He dragged her 3 times towards the window to throw her out of a 3rd-story window. This young man knew what he was doing, and he knew he would not be facing any repercussions because he told her that there was nothing anybody could do. He told her as she was begging for her life that that's right, get ready to die because I'm going to kill you. He told her to be afraid of him. He had assaulted, as my sister said, he had assaulted workers on 3 previous occasions, and each one was an escalation. This was known, this was documented. Then she went before a judge who dismissed the charges and told Deidre it was her fault. It was her fault the attack happened. If she had just done more, she would have stopped it. He looked at a victim of assault and abuse in the face that was bruised, with a broken nose, with hair falling out because he had pulled so hard and pulled her around an entire room so many times. He looked at her and said it was her fault. And I want to know if that's just something that happens to all assault victims in a courtroom, or if it just happens to my sister, who happens to be a social worker. I realize that we want to be compassionate, but what happened here was neither compassionate to my sister nor to this young man. It is not compassionate to remove all consequences for the actions where you almost kill somebody, and that is not hyperbole. He almost killed her. Her work bag was spattered with her blood. He choked her, he punched her, he kneed her, he tried to throw her out a window. Tell me that you wouldn't be fearing for your life. She begged him for her life. She begged and begged and begged. She repeated the words, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'll do whatever you want. Just please let me go home to my children." And that's what you're putting your workers in front of. That's not going to help with recruitment. That's not going to help with retention. And yet my sister is so good and such an awesome social worker that she plans to go back because she loves the people that she tries to help. And that is not a testament to the system. That is a testament to my sister and her love for families, her love for children. The system let her down. The legislature let her down. DCYF let her down. The judiciary let her down and threw her under the bus while they did it. And I hope that something is done about this, because I don't want some other family to have to go through this or to have to deal with the death of a social worker. So, and I'm sure that more details can be given, but I'm not going to give them right now because our mother is sitting here right beside me and it is crying and I can't give any more details, but it was bad. So I hope that something is done about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. We appreciate you. I have one more person for comment, and it is Deidre.
That would be Deidre.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Actually, we lost Deidre and we have Heidi.
No, you should go back to Deidre. That's the one who was assaulted.
Yeah, we're trying to get her back in there. We're figuring it out. Thank you, Heidi. Deidre?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for this time. I appreciate it. I also want to express thanks to my amazing and fierce sisters for coming before the board today to advocate for worker safety as well. I am a supervisor in the adoptions unit in Region 5. And we have borne the brunt of systemic failures for months on end now. Part of this was created by the pandemic. Part of this was created by recent legislative changes and lawsuit unintended consequences to the DS lawsuit settlement. I am here today because there was a security guard present in a hotel room. He, through all of his efforts, could not pull this youth off of me. But he kept me alive until law enforcement showed up. I wish you could see my face right now because my face is the poster child for the retention issues that DCYF foster care social workers are facing every day. Every day is a dangerous time and a dangerous place. This particular youth has not had placement since March in a substantive
and meaningful way. He's had over 100 placements, most of them hotel stays this year alone. We do not have the resources we need to be safe. If we are not safe, we cannot work with families to help heal them and work towards the safety of families. These children are not safe. This particular youth is 16 years old. He may be deemed incompetent by the courts at this time, but as an adult, that standard is different. And he will have had 4 years of reinforcement that he can act without impunity, which means the day after he is 18, he is more likely to be killed, either as an officer involved shooting or because someone will fight back against him. And he has the power to say, I am not going to engage in any treatment. I'm not going to participate in medication management. I'm not going to go to placement that you found. So what can we do? We can house him in a hotel, which has already been established by the DS lawsuit as an unsafe living environment. It is unsafe for him. It's unsafe for all DCYF youth without placement, and it is unsafe clearly for the social workers. As I was being assaulted, the thoughts that were running through my mind is don't lose consciousness. Stay awake so you can stay alive. Stay awake. I hope that the DCYF Oversight Board can awaken to these issues and understand the systemic issues that your workforce is faced with every day. Social workers are bred for crisis. Give us a crisis, we will guide a family through it and come out on the other side. But 4 years of crisis with no resources, no support, and you are going to end up with a depleted workforce. And those who are still present and still showing up, so demoralized and so fearful for their own lives that meaningful change cannot be affected. I welcome any questions and follow up that might come from my or my sister's testimony, and I thank you for this time.
Deidre, first of all, just thank you for coming. Sincerely wish you wellness and healing, and just want to express some gratitude. I imagine that there will be follow-up. And just want to say thank you for your willingness to offer that to the board. And thank you for coming to public comment. Very much appreciated. I am assured that each one of us is probably feeling pretty overwhelmed by what we heard from our public. So what I'm going to do is just turn it over to Representative Dent for closing us out.
Thank you, Sharonda. Thank you for helping me today. I truly appreciate it, and to the board for your understanding. You know, I didn't hear all the public comment. I heard a portion of it. It's not unlike many comments that I've been hearing for the past 6 months or 7 months or so. And it's hard to hear, and it does shape our emotions a little bit. I am very concerned that we're not making some changes here, some turns. And I think it's something that we really have to look at, and not so much individual, but I'm beginning to see a pattern here that's going on. And I was just really motivated to see if we can do something about that as we go forward. So appreciate each and every one of you for being here today. I appreciate all of you that gave public testimony. Thank you very much for sharing your heart and your lives for us so we can learn from the mistakes that have happened for us. So again, as I said earlier this morning when we opened the meeting, we will have most likely one meeting before April. And I know Krista's going to be gone, but you know, we'll figure out how to make it happen. And because I think there's just too many issues that continually come on the table that we need to put out there and take a look at. So with that being said, if there's any other comments from anybody, if not, if you have anything to say, now would be the time to. And I don't see anything on my screen. So again, thank you all very much. Thank you again, Sharonda, for what you've done. And Krista, good luck. We're excited for you and your new life you're going to bring into the world. That is exciting. And hey, Nicholas, appreciate all your work, buddy. I really do appreciate you. Okay. So we'll talk to you all later. Thank you very much and have a great Thanksgiving.